Okay, we're going to convene the Committee on Finance to continue our second day of informational briefings. Today we have before us Department of DLE. So welcome.
Good morning. First of all, Happy New Year's to everybody. Chair, Vice Chair, thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak about our priorities for the Department of Law Enforcement. First, I would like to introduce my ASO to my right, Russell Fong. And behind him is Jared Radula, the Deputy Director for Law Enforcement, Michael Vincent, Deputy Director for Administration, Thomas Yamamoto, our Fiscal Officer, and Brandon Asuka, our Executive Officer. So on January 1st, 2024, all of the law enforcement assets came over to DLE officially, and that would be the Sheriff's Division, Narcotics Enforcement Division, Criminal Investigation Division, Office of Homeland Security, Office of Inspector General's Office. So our priorities continue to be to increase public safety, improve our decision-making, promote accountability, streamline communications, and provide uniform training and standards for the department. One of the things that we actually have 15 objectives here, if I can briefly go through them rather quickly. The first one is enhancing our partnership, with the federal agencies and the Federal Joint Terrorism Task Force to protect the state from domestic and foreign threats. The second one is to eliminate the narcotics epidemic that plagues Hawaii's communities through the commitment of investigators in various federal drug task force, particularly with HIDA. The third one is to expand the narcotics and explosive canine program. Number 4 is to reduce gun violence and other violent acts throughout the island communities through our participations with various Project Safe Neighborhoods and ghost gun task forces. We would also like to implement an agricultural crime enforcement program throughout the state, implement a traffic enforcement program to include commercial vehicle inspections throughout the state, implement a explosive enforcement section to combat the illegal use of fireworks to include the importation and distribution. We will continue to try to reduce the available firearms for use in crimes by continuing the gun buyback program throughout the state. We would like, in terms of a CIP project, to build a police facility in the airport area that will house our special operations section, the airport patrol section, and our cell block. Particularly with the cell block, we would like to have the capability to have overnight holds, long-term holds for detainees. We still need to complete or start the design and plan for a state training center. And to support the various initiatives such as the traffic enforcement program, the agricultural crime program, and the explosive enforcement program, we would like to construct a police facility in central Oahu as a staging area because it's not practical to always dispatch our officers from downtown Honolulu to respond to crimes. We would also like to construct a police facility on the leeward side, again for the same reason, so that we can respond to some of the, or assist in some of the violent crimes in the leeward coast, and to address the agricultural crimes and traffic enforcement. We would like to invest in the next generation of law enforcement internet technology solutions that will allow DLE to prioritize innovation and how to leverage it to address our staffing needs. The IT enhancement will promote an open, interoperable, reliable, secure data management source for our communication infrastructure. And finally, we are still trying to reduce the salary disparity between state law enforcement and our county counterparts in an effort to fill our staffing needs and fulfill our law enforcement obligations. I am available for any questions if you have on the particular costs of each item.
Thank you. Is there, okay, these are your highlights. Is there anything in particular you want to highlight for us in any of the tables that you haven't mentioned?
No, our tables provide the detailed costs
Okay,
on.
but anything you want to highlight? No.
Only that for the initial cost for the enforcement, the explosive enforcement section is the cost of a forensic laboratory. The initial startup cost on that is approximately $2 million, and that is absolutely necessary for us to be able to timely prosecute these cases because the analysis is necessary.
Okay, thank you. Members, we'll open up to questions. Representative Moricall.
Thank you. I'm just curious to know what your relationship is with the local police departments. Are there duplications, or do you work together? Or are there areas that you can work together on? I mean, how is your relationship? I'm just seeing some overlapping.
There is overlap, but we work hand in hand in many of our enforcement efforts. For example, even during New Year's Eve, we had patrol officers with HPD trying to keep H1 clear from people stopping at the fireworks when people were shooting off fireworks in the neighborhoods. We worked hand in hand with them at the Eddie surf competition, the Honolulu Marathon. And then in terms of actual enforcement work, we work hand in hand with their investigative sections. For example, if there was an undercover buy of fireworks, we're usually there. They are helping us, as with other agencies such as the Department of Attorney General, in this fireworks amnesty take-back event this Saturday.
So if the public saw a sheriff or your department, an officer, they would be able to request the same type of help that they would request from a police officer?
If it depends on the circumstances. If they needed immediate help, absolutely. And we would be contacting HPD dispatch at the same time.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome. I wanted to understand, with this most recent tragedy of the fireworks explosion and all kinds of public attention on fireworks enforcement, your report from the Illegal Fireworks Task Force just was released. Could you speak to that and speak to what you are requesting for additional resources to carry out these recommendations?
Sure. So currently, our Illegal Firework Task Force really only consists of 2 narcotics enforcement investigators. And whenever we have a planned operation, we would, basically rally the troops from HPD, the AGs, our Criminal Investigation Division, and sheriffs to complete that operation. The problem with that is it's really not sustainable. Even when we make a seizure, at the docks, now we have to process 30,000 pounds of explosive material or fireworks, which require the actual unloading, of the container, inventorying it, making sure all the evidence is, procedures are followed. Then it has to be reloaded into a container for transport for storage. And then we have to go through the same inventory process. after we do that, then the investigation starts. We have to, start looking at a historical investigation on who was on the bill of lading, how was it paid for, and, who was the distributor on the mainland. And even when that is done, then we need to determine whether the case is prosecutable. So we would have to complete the investigation, prepare a prosecution report, and present it to the State Attorney General's office for prosecution. While we're doing all of that, we still need to test the product to make sure it contains explosive material. And even that in itself, HPD is the only lab that can do that testing right now, and they've been very good with us, but they're also overwhelmed. And it's not simply, for example, here's a 3-inch shell. For us to test it, somebody has to cut it open.
So maybe you could just cut to the chase and tell us what you're asking for in terms of resources, positions, in order to carry out the recommendations that you are presenting in your illegal firework task force report.
We're asking for 8 full-time FTE positions, which includes 1 administrator, 2 clerical, and 6 investigators.
And also funding for analytical labs?
Correct.
Storage? Could you just go through the whole thing? Just because everyone's got this on their mind right now.
Oh, okay.
So if you could tell us, what are you requesting, the full range of things?
Okay. So, again, in addition to the personnel, we are going to need a location, which we're going to have to lease, for that laboratory. We're going to need the equipment. We're going to have to hire criminalists to do the analysis for the laboratory. And then in terms of, for the actual investigators, they're going to need safety equipment. They're going to need vehicles to be out on the street to conduct these investigations. And at the conclusion of these investigations, now we have to look at disposal, and there's, and the storage. So, right now we lease, more than 1 storage bunker. And I think is it 19,000 a month?
Yes, 3,000 a month.
Oh, 3,000 a month per bunker. But we're going to have, we're going to need resources for that, and the resource for the disposal, because now we're dealing with hazardous material.
Understood. Maybe if it would help us, and others want to ask questions, where can we find the information in your request? And if you can point me to it and the other representatives so that we can evaluate that, because that's going to be top of mind. We want to make sure that we understand what the request is. Is it part of your budget, or is there something that's in a separate bill that you're requesting? Help us understand that. You don't have to go through all the details now, but I would like to get that information. And I think others would be interested as well. I'd like to, if I may, Chair, move to a different topic outside of fireworks. Maybe you could follow up with us afterward to provide us the details on the fireworks task force recommendations. I want to now move over to positions, vacancies. You've had now, I guess just a few days ago, all these new positions have transferred over to you from the various different departments. I think that's the timing was January 1, right?
Correct.
So talk to us about your efforts to recruit, to fill these vacancies, because you've got a lot of vacancies. Talk to us about your challenges, because you mentioned pay differential as being an issue. If you could speak to that, because I know that there's always a risk of losing vacant positions. And so talk to us about that, please.
Sure. We have approximately probably 119 vacant positions right now. And again, they are very difficult to fill. Part of it, as I indicated before, is this salary disparity between the counties. Our deputies, when they first start, there's a differential of almost $28,000 that the PD pays above what we pay. So that's a huge issue. We're still getting applicants, but we're only getting, well, we have quite a few applicants, but by the time we test them and put them through suitability, our academy classes are down to like 12 to 14, and we need more, and that's why I've been working the last 2 years to try to reduce that disparity. I think that once we can get closer to the counties and just be more aggressive in streamlining our recruitment efforts, we should be able to make some progress. But it is going to take time, and the other issue that we're going to have is, for example, when the Wahiawa Civic Center and Courthouse complex opens, then we're going to have to fill those positions too. On a lot of these programs that we're asking for, the investigator positions, and that's the same thing. So we're probably going back to your previous question, Representative. We will send you the Form A's for the explosive enforcement sections. We have that, and we'll send that to you.
Thank you.
And in terms of filling the positions, we're just going to continue just to make the effort and have continuous recruitments. And again, part of it is to streamline the recruitment process. For example, when we do have a recruitment event, with the other departments, we'll have a QR code that people can scan with their phone, and they can start the application process. So we can at least start accumulating a list of interested applicants.
Thank you. And if I could request that whatever information you send, could you send it to Finance Chair as well as to me as Judiciary Chair? I think that's appropriate, Chair. Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I don't want to dominate the discussion here. I'll turn it back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions, members? Yeah, Vice Chair.
I have a follow-up question about the vacancies, Director.
Sure.
So I guess it sounds like I understand, and we've talked about the pay disparity, right, a big barrier. So even though you're still having, I guess, difficulty recruiting, it also seems like the department's trying to start up all these other initiatives, like on the ag lands or the highway thing. Do we think that maybe if it's more specialized, that will help with recruitment, or are we just going to, be creating more positions that you guys aren't going to be able to fill?
So we're going to take the approach that these are specialized positions, that you are actually going to be applying to be part of, for example, the agricultural crime section. So, and we're going to do it for all three of these initiatives, because we have to build the frame first, so that we can start in phases, try to complete these missions.
Has that been, I guess, something as you're talking to potential recruits that they're interested in, and that's why you're trying to do these really specific things instead of, filling the existing positions and then maybe redeploying them afterwards?
So once there started to be some media coverage on the Department of Law Enforcement trying to create this explosive enforcement section, I'm getting calls by people that are qualified, wanting to join that section. So I'm hoping that's going to be the same for all these other units.
Okay. And sorry, can I do a follow-up on Chair Tarnas's question? So the resources that you're looking for like the lab for testing the illegal fireworks and all of that, that's a new facility that you would be starting up, or expanding and funding an existing facility that you guys are already operating?
It's an existing facility.
Okay, so just continue the work that you guys are already doing to help with the prosecutions.
Correct. We actually we were actually in discussions to try to create a state forensic laboratory even prior to the session. Starting and unfortunately the tragic incident on January 1st. So that was always in our plans. to expand the
expand,
laboratory,
oh.
correct.
Okay. I have one more.
Please.
Could we get an update on the Silver Alert program and how's that working? Is it rolled out? Have you guys had to implement it yet, or send out any alerts? And how's that just working in general?
Okay, so the Silver Alert, we have MOUs, or I'm sorry, MOAs out to the various counties, and we are going to hire. I'm hoping to hire our coordinator later this month. We have reached out already to HIEMA to either gain access or to see whether they want to issue the alerts. So, and we're close to completing it.
And sorry, so in the counties, is that there are MOAs with each of the emergency services in counties, or who's the MOAs with that you're working on?
With the police departments. Yeah.
And so you're at the point where we're just putting the last step in who's gonna be doing the actual alerts in what situations?
Right. So we're talking to all the counties to see what their criterias are. How we can tweak or fine tune the criterias, and then from there, we would determine with HIEMA whether they actually want to activate the state system, or they're going to give us access, and we'll have our coordinator push out the alerts.
Okay. And when you say close, this year, soon, before the end
Oh
of
no,
session?
it'll be this year.
Oh, okay. First part of the year?
It'll be before the end of this fiscal year.
Okay, just because it's January, so that's a big
Yeah.
wrap up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Damasal.
Aloha, Director. Mahalo for being here today. I just had a question about your special duty officers. I don't know if it's similar to how HPD runs it, but I just wanted to see, as far as revenue, have you guys been generating any through that? Because I've been seeing them at like Okinawan Center, or do you guys how are you guys operating at that I guess program?
So the special duty program has been around for a while, with HPD and, all the county police departments and, with the sheriff's division. What we did just recently, and we're almost ready to roll it out, is we have a vendor who would manage it for us, and it would be web-based. So what happens is if there's a vendor, for example, say Punahou School needs special duty officers for one of their events, they would make the request on the website, and then all the officers that wanted to participate on it would go on an app and register, and then if they get the nod that they can fulfill that special duty, then they will. Now, it doesn't generate any income for the state, though, because the vendor charges, what the solution vendor charges the people that, needs the special duty, and then they pay them directly. Yeah.
Okay, I guess I have a follow-up then. What is the cost of using that web-based?
For the Department of Law Enforcement, it's free. Yes.
Thank you. Any further questions, members? Vice Chair.
Okay. What's the work that DLE is doing with the safety program in the public schools? The $5 million?
Yes.
Is that just sheriffs in the schools to help with security, or what's going on with that?
That's a technology solution that we just procured. What it is Safer Watch, and it's an alert system. So we have it here in the Capitol. We're trying to deploy it in all of the schools statewide, where if there's an incident, and obviously there's going to be different rules on who gets notified and when, but it's basically a stationary panic button and an LTE panic button where if they hit the button or activate it, it goes to a 24/7 monitoring center, and it makes the notifications to our sheriffs, HPD, and the principals of the school to make a determination what they want to do. We're also looking at it eventually to see whether it can get implemented with the fire alarm systems that the schools have. And we also are trying to integrate it with the outward-facing cameras that the schools have. So whenever officers respond, they'll have additional information, tactical information before they actually get there.
What's the cost like per school or per installation, I guess, in a classroom? Does it depend on like the size of the school, or how does it scale up?
So the base cost per school for the actual software is $3,500 a year, and then depending on the hardware required per school, there's different costs. So I can provide you with a price list of like the base installation that we're going to be doing for the schools. But in general, we're trying to create a personnel and critical infrastructure situational awareness platform where teachers, administrators, parents can get notified of critical incidents and can be kept in the loop of what's going on. So a lot of times when something's happening at a school, a lot of outsiders are left in the dark. And I mean, even if you're in the school, you don't know what's going on. So we're creating a platform through Safer Watch that will allow us to immediately notify all of the parties, the parents, and even give teachers, I guess, recommendations on how to keep the kids safest, right? If the incident is on the east side of a school and the teacher is far enough on the west side, we can begin to evacuate portions of the school, where if you're closer to the incident, hang tight, bunker down, and help is on the way. But I think being in the loop as a teacher or being outside as a parent, just having that information immediately at your fingertips kind of puts you at ease. And that's kind of what DLE is trying to provide for not only schools, but for state buildings and state personnel as well.
So $3,500 for installation.
For the software per school, for all the services.
And then what's the follow-up maintenance or to continue like subscription, or I guess?
So that's what the annual subscription is $2,500. So first year $3,500, every other year $2,500, and then equipment there's different prices for the LTE and then the stationary buttons. But we can provide you the exact cost of those.
Okay, and then, sorry, after the school has it installed, is the school then responsible for that $2,500 follow-up? Are you guys going to be
So
taking?
with our previous technology budget, we have covered the DOE for 5 years in total, as soon as the program goes live. And the additional school safety money will go towards basically building that situational awareness platform. So we're also helping the DOE with their tips for bullying, abuse. So we're close on the leeward side to releasing the tip line. It'll probably go live at the end of this month. And then we're also working, like the director said, on integrating the cameras with the statewide kind of monitoring platform to get all the DOE cameras into our real-time crime center so that we can actively monitor through AI. I believe we're estimating about 13,000 total cameras. So you can't have individual personnel watching, so we have to have some kind of AI monitoring to flag for certain types of events.
Okay, and sorry, one more follow-up. So is this the kind of your guys' request for the $25 million for software that didn't make into the budget though?
Yeah, so
was that for the same other thing in state buildings?
But for state, yeah. So we're also, and then on top of state critical infrastructure, our department has been working on streamlining a lot of the administrative functions in our department. So positions that we have been having trouble filling for vacancies, replacing or attempting to replace those vacancies with technology so we could possibly alleviate long-term personnel costs for the state. So we looked at, like, say, the travel approval form. We're close to going live, at least for internally in our department, to streamline that process where, I mean, typically it takes maybe a day for an employee to go through and fill out all the requirements. We've trying to cut that down to, an hour, 30 minutes. so that our staff on the admin side are more free to do the critical types of day-to-day work.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further questions, members? Representative Kush.
Thank you, Chair. I'm new, so forgive me if I ask the obvious questions here. Just if you can walk me through maybe like how maybe the agricultural unit or your commercial vehicle investigation unit might work. Like, are you through 911 or is it referred by county, or like how might an incident come up? Someone steals 1,000 pounds of lychee. How do you respond over a farmer calling 911 and a police officer, county police, show up and document the case? Like, where does your integration come? And I'm just trying to.
So the first thing is physical presence or deterrence. So part of this agricultural crime section will actually patrol ag lands, the farming community and the ranches. That's the first thing. The other thing is if they do call 911 or they contact us, we will be able to respond faster. And one of the other things is by leveraging technology, while we might not be able to stop the theft right there, we would be able to hold the person accountable through our technology and through our investigative efforts.
And by technology, like trail cams or
cameras,
drones,
just various things that we have available already that we plan to implement.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions, members? Okay, I have a couple. So and this is just for an update for me. So along those lines, one of the things that in the inception of creating DLE was moving everybody over, right, to you. The one entity that didn't make it was DoCare. Is that conversation continuing? Because some of this thing that, with your ag enforcement, some of it could have crossover. Are you guys continuing conversations?
So
or is it just ended?
No, we talk to DoCare on a case-by-case basis in terms of.
Okay, but moving it over to you is not a conversation anymore?
Not at this time because they are resistant to it.
I understand. But there is, I understand, their argument about they have a different mission and they're also caretakers of certain things. But at the same time, there is overlap. So I've always believed that something needs to be worked out. No conversation.
I agree with you. We DLE would welcome DoCare, if they wanted to come over, but at this time, they are resistant to it. So, we're not going to push it. There's no conversation at this time about it.
Well, it just makes it more difficult. Like I said, I think there's overlap, and then you're right. One of the things that departments don't do well, but maybe hopefully it'll get better, is communicate with each other, right? To coordinate certain things that does overlap. That's one of my pet peeves is that you guys don't talk to each other enough. Okay, the other part is that a large part on table 4, many things didn't make it into the governor's budget. Is there? Can I assume that it is in the same priority order that whatever didn't make it is in that priority order, or?
Yes.
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 Okay.
So when we spoke to the governor's office regarding this, some of it was a misunderstanding. For example, the funding for the prescription monitoring. that's an ongoing database, an ongoing fee that we pay. I was advised they thought it was a brand new solution, so they thought that we had to go through ETS first, and that's why that one didn't make it. I mean, didn't come over on their final decision making. Things like the funding the salary increases for the deputies. They advised me that they have a placekeeper in the budget for that, and they just have to finish the process, I guess, or they're going through the process to make it happen.
So there's a possibility of a governor's message coming down?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Can you, okay, make us aware of which ones actually you think will happen or not. And give us I mean, we can wait for it, but if you kind of give us some insight, that'll be helpful.
Well, the only one that I think will happen is the placeholder for the salary increases. The CIP projects, I think it was just a matter of numbers. They indicated that there was a bond cap that they had to adhere by, and that's why, our
Well, at the
CIP.
end of the day, CIP is just shifting priorities, right? So we always have to stay within the ceiling. But,
Yeah, so.
So is there hope for the future for some of your things that we can wait on some of them, or you need it?
Well, building out the facility at the airport, we really need. Again, when we looked at that, the planning and design on that, the initial cost from our consultants was $53 million, and that would satisfy a lot of our needs in terms of, having a JIC with a Joint Information Center, having a multi-agency command center. And actually even putting a firing range there, because we're having so much problems right now with the county range at Cocoa Head, Pualoa, and the military range, and we don't have a place to qualify our officers before long. That's why we were trying to think ahead, but we realized that $53 million is quite a sum. So, we looked at it in terms of what can we actually survive with, and that's why we came up with the $17 million over 2 years. We think we could build a facility that can house our deputies and also house the inmates properly.
Okay.
But if you were to give us $53 million, we'll be really happy because we can do everything else.
Okay. So I think the other part is, okay, so I appreciate the comments about trying to use technology to cover some of the vacancies that you have. I think that has to be the solution throughout the state, because it's just, right, our workforce population is shrinking. So everybody has to be a little innovative in that area. But to the vacancy issue, is it pretty much your problem throughout the whole state about the same, or is it primarily?
It's more on Oahu. But the majority of the vacancies are on Oahu.
Is it because it's probably HPD is taking in things like that? Do you know if each county, I'd assume, because we hear this over and over and over, they have vacancies also, right? So is their vacancy percentage the same as yours? Or is theirs a lot less, and then the disparity is the issue? Or is it just an issue of that everybody has vacancies?
Their percentage is probably less because they follow the SHOPO contract, right? So the disparity that we have in Honolulu, we're going to have on the neighborhood.
We hear over and over that there is a shortage of police officers, right?
Everywhere.
Everywhere in the county level, and right, they were taking them. People were coming in and taking them to the mainland and all those things. So at the end of the day, I think I think we need to. Right, if these, I think we need information as far as what the county vacancies are, and if pay actually is the issue, right? Or is it just there's not enough people?
I think it's both.
Okay.
I think that, you know.
So with that, then there has to be a strategy as far as maybe not giving you all the increases or something, or I don't know, it's something else. Right? Maybe giving you the increases but reduction in positions because you're not going to be able to hire all of them anyway, right? Some kind of strategy like that would be helpful for us to.
Sure. I mean, I think we're in agreement with that because, you know, realistically, like you said, it's going to take time because even as we hire, you know, one deputy sheriff, they have to go through 6 months of training
Right.
and FTO before they even go out on the street. My concern would be, I would prefer that we have the positions, a certain amount of positions, and just unfund it until we can start filling it. So, because, you know, right now, our law enforcement obligations, I mean, it's huge. And we're going to need to fill those obligations only because it relates to the safety
You know,
of the
and
public.
I think some of the other departments might be listening, and I'll bring it up again. But you know, one of the issues that this committee always has with keeping, taking the money but keeping the positions is that there is not enough communication with this committee, with our staff, as far as when you do fill them, or you move money around to fill them. That right. Because you have the position. And then we find out after the fact, and then we have to like figure out what's going on. And maybe not so much you guys, but the bigger departments is a real problem for us when they start doing stuff like that. So all of them are asking us to, not all of them, but a lot of them are asking us to take the money but leave the position because it's difficult to, you know, restart a position and all
Correct.
These kind of,
Right.
all these kind of things. So we're open to that, but again, the key is that we need to have that dialogue going back and forth of what's going on before you do it, right? That's problematic for us. If that's in many cases, that's why we take the positions,
Right.
Right, because we just want to have some level of understanding of what's going on and things like that. So we want to help you work through this, but on the other hand, at the same time, the reality is many of these positions, just because of the shortage in workforce in totality in the state, right? We don't think you're going to be able to fill it. So we would prefer repurposing the money and working with you on those kind of things.
No, I'm in total agreement with you. Rest assured, we'll have these conversations beforehand and you know, during session and during the rest of the year when session's not, you know, not running.
Okay. Thank you. Any further questions, members? Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to recess, members. Okay, we're going to reconvene the Committee on Finance for our informational briefing. Next, we have the Judiciary. Good morning.
Morning. Morning, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Takenouchi, members of the House Committee on Finance, Chair Tarnas, Vice Chair Poi Poi. I'm Brandon Kimura, the Director of our Judiciary's Policy and Planning Department. With me today, our Administrative Director of the Courts, Rod Miley, Deputy Administrative Director of the Courts, Dalen Heather, and many of our Oahu administrators and department directors. We also have Judge Kim, retired, who's now serving as our Chief Court Administrator in the Third Circuit on the Big Island as well, will be available later as well. So, thank you for the opportunity to present an overview of the Judiciary's mission, functions, and our biennium budget requests. The mission of the judiciary as an independent branch of government is to administer justice in an impartial, efficient, and accessible manner in accordance with the law. We do that in a number of ways, particularly through two main program areas, court operations and support services. Our court operations include courts of appeal, circuit, family, and district courts across the state, which include our specialty courts. I listed a number of them here, such as Women's Court, our Truancy Court and Early Education Intervention Program, Driving While Impaired Court, Community Outreach Court, Veterans Treatment Court, Mental Health Court, and a number of others. We also proceed through our court operations by seeking to enhance access to the justice system, and I've listed a few of those ways here. Self-help centers and access to justice rooms, which have since 2011 led to assistance of almost 38,000 Hawaii residents at virtually no cost to the public. Small claims online dispute resolution, which allows those without attorneys to initiate small claims cases valued at $5,000 or less outside business hours. We also allow e-reminders of upcoming hearings for parties, lawyers, and anyone interested in a case. Support services include the Office of the Administrative Director and 5 administrative departments, policy and planning, intergovernmental and community relations, financial services, human resources, and information technology and systems. These departments enable court operations to be conducted judiciary-wide and enhance the effectiveness and efficiency of the justice system through support and guidance to our courts. Courts, in total, this leads us to our operating requests for this biennium. In total, our requests of 25 requests account for $6.17 million in the first year of the biennium, $6.25 million in the second year of the biennium, 17 permanent positions, 1 temporary position. 9 of these 18 positions are to continue current staffing and operations. 7 of those are in the Women's Court, as you'll see on the slide. 2 of those are for the Criminal Justice Research Institute at the bottom of the slide. This slide provides just an overview of these 18 positions, and I'll dive into them a little more as I dig into the funding aspect of our request over the next 3 slides. So we've batched our funding requests into a few different areas. The first will be in our specialty courts area. First is to make our Women's Court permanent. We are nearing the end of a 3-year pilot program this legislature created in Act 247 in 2022, 243 in 2022. The Women's Court program acknowledges that women enter the justice system in ways that are unique from men. In particular, most women who enter the justice system are survivors of trauma, abuse, mental illness, substance use, or unhealthy relationships with others. And through our Women's Court program, we provide comprehensive court-supervised treatment, therapeutic sanctions as needed, and opportunities and resources. We currently have 33 women in the program as participants, and that's grown significantly throughout this pilot period. So the pilot included 7 positions. We'd seek to make those 7 permanent with accompanying funding and also add an 8th position as a substance use counselor. I'll note that with the 8th position, we are still just a little bit over in terms of funding when we had the 7 positions, and the reason for that is because we'll save money through outside contracts by having some of those services in-house with a substance use counselor. The second request in our specialty courts area is to expand our truancy court and early education intervention program on Oahu. We have truancy-like initiatives throughout the state in the courts. We have it in Kona and Hilo. We have through the entire island on Kauai, and a little bit on Maui as well. This request in particular focuses on Oahu. This would take us from approximately 30 schools, mostly in the leeward side and central Oahu, to adding perhaps 10 to 30 more schools over 2 phases. The first phase would be especially on the windward side of Oahu, and the second phase would be in town after we've sort of built up sustainability in the first phase. The funding there is for 3 positions, laptops, and a leased car, and for this it would be funding only. In particular, and I'll dive into this as we continue through the requests, we are repurposing some of our older vacant positions to modern needs, to higher priorities, and this is one such example where we're repurposing positions so that we can save on positions. The next in our specialty courts area is to make our driving while impaired court permanent. We're again requesting funding only. We're repurposing existing vacant positions to this higher purpose. Since launching in 2013, this program has had 504 individuals referred. Of those, 90% were eligible to apply. Of those, we've had 85 graduates and 12 are currently enrolled. The program is for individuals who are either repeat offenders of driving while impaired or those with a high blood alcohol content. So it's not for all folks who have had a driving while impaired offense. For these higher risk individuals in particular, it's especially important that we address it by addressing the underlying substance use issues. And so through this therapeutic program, it significantly shifts their behavior. And so for those who have joined within 2 years, we have a 1% recidivism rate, as compared to those who are eligible to join but do not. Within 2 years, the recidivism rate is 21%. I'd like to make this program permanent. The next batch of our requests relate to our Wahiawa District Court. Our current Wahiawa District Court is a 1 courtroom leased facility. We are in the process of wrapping up construction on a much larger, new facility. We anticipate opening in the spring of 2026. We are very excited about this court because it will be essentially a model for our other rural courts. We plan to have it be a hub for our rural courts. It'll be a full-service district court, so that instead of people receiving some limited services out in the rural court and needing to come to downtown for many other court services, Wahiawa will be a second hub on Oahu. We'll have customer service, filings. We'll have 2 courtrooms, which we hope to have running every day of the week. We will be having criminal, civil, and traffic matters, and full probation services as well, so that probationers on that side of the island can, again, address and work with our social workers out of Wahiawa instead of needing to drive to downtown, work with their social workers, and then drive perhaps back out to that side of the island. So the first request for the Wahiawa District Court is supplemental security costs. Again, because it's going to be a much larger facility, a much busier facility than our current lease space, we will require additional security needs. Director Lowe referenced earlier in his remarks about additional deputies out at the facility. This request is for private security contracted, primarily for the interior of the building, to patrol the building. One would be for after hours, walking the exterior of the building. Ideally, we would hope to have deputy sheriffs available to, protect the building. So this is an alternative. The next request is for a janitor position. This is for a FTE and funding. It'll be a 38,000 square foot facility, much larger than our current one, and we need this additional or third janitor for the facility. Third request related to Wahiawa is an IT technician, because we're going to have at least 27 staff, judiciary staff in the facility, in addition to potential other partners. We're requesting to have a dedicated IT person in that facility. We're now doing many more hearings through Zoom or hybrid hearings. We'll have other technology needs in that facility. If not for an IT technician being dedicated and stationed at that facility, the nearest would be IT technicians either in town or Kapolei. The IT technician there would also be the hub, and so they could leave that facility and assist our other courts, which are nearby, perhaps either in Eva or Kaneohe, as needed if things are stable in Wahiawa. For the IT tech, we're requesting funding only. We would be repurposing an existing vacancy for that position. The fourth request related to Wahiawa are 4 district court clerks and bailiffs. We're requesting funding only for this as well. For the IT tech, district court clerks and bailiffs, and the next one, social workers, we're seeking funding only. These are to restore funding for positions that were defunded during the pandemic. The district court clerks and bailiffs are necessary because, again, we'll be offering many more services out at Wahiawa. So this is not just to shift things from Honolulu, but it's also to make them more mobile, so they could also help out our Eva courts and our Kaneohe courts as needed. Again, the idea is that Wahiawa will be a second hub on Oahu. And the social workers will bring the total number of our social worker and probation unit out at Wahiawa to 7. We're shifting 4 other officers from Oahu, from town to Wahiawa, so this will bring that to 7. Because we'll be providing a full complement of probation services out at Wahiawa, we'll need staffing to do that. So that includes community service, drug testing, pre-sentence investigations, and supervisions for both misdemeanants and felons. The next significant area of our operating requests is an additional district court judge in Kona and staff. The last and only district court judge in Kona was sworn in 1986. Since then, the island has significantly changed. Kona has significantly changed. The annual caseload by this judge is now approaching 16,000 cases a year. This judge is on call 24/7 for a month at a time, generally every other month. They're hearing civil, traffic, and criminal cases. In between their daily heavy calendars, they're needing to find time and balance time for civil trials and criminal trials and urgent matters with custodies that come up that become more urgent because of the transportation issues on the Big Island and the transport of custodies back and forth and the time that it takes to do so. The next set of operating requests, we have 3 in the technology area. The first is to, again, redescribe positions, 4 positions for cybersecurity unit. Last year, thanks to the legislature, we've established a chief information security officer to lead our cybersecurity efforts. This request is to repurpose again other positions or restore funding and for repurposed positions to create a full unit and additional software tools for that unit. Next technology-related request is to upgrade our Microsoft email licenses to the same level that the legislature funded for the executive branch last year. This will provide an enhanced security suite and a productivity suite as well. And the third technology-related request is to funding for replacement of our network switches. We have 140 switches across the state that are nearing end of life, and so we'll replace those throughout the biennium. The next area is a funding for the DAG's risk management cost increase. DAGS has advised us of the cost increase, and so this is to cover that amount. The following batch of requests relate to the Criminal Justice Research Institute. The first area of this under the Institute is to continue funding the pretrial database and reporting system. Under legislation, the funds for that would expire at the end of this fiscal year, and we'd request funding to continue that work, and also funding to continue the permanent and temporary positions and the positions for those as well. because those positions would expire. The last slide of the our operating requests relate to essential staffing, and this is primarily approximately $680,000 to restore funding for 12 positions that were defunded earlier in the pandemic. Of these positions, I'll just highlight a few areas. One is that those on the bottom right of the slide, the Office of the Public Guardian, those are the only on the slide that are not to restore funding. Those are for new positions and new funding. The Office of the Public Guardian is an extraordinarily overwhelmed government office, if you will, provides services to those who are unable to care for themselves or don't have family members to assist them. The social service aides, well, before I get to the social service aides, a little more about the office. So the office has about 700 cases statewide and approximately seven guardians to assist with these 700 cases, which is much more than the recommended caseload. We currently have Oahu guardians covering Maui because we have no guardians on Maui. We have the sole guardian on the Big Island who covers the entire island, also covers the entire island of Hawaii. And so these social service aides would especially assist the guardians on Oahu and the Big Island so that those guardians can cover more ground and provide a higher level of services to the wards who are in great need. The other area that I'll highlight on this slide is the 2 district court hybrid clerks and bailiffs in the First Circuit. This is another instance where we are redescribing current positions to newer and modern needs. Since these positions, among others, were defunded early in the pandemic, courts have changed. We've become a lot more technology-oriented. The way that we do our business has shifted in other ways as well. And so having the hybrid clerks and bailiffs would allow us more flexibility so that these individuals would be higher trained individuals to, again, cover more ground, particularly in light of staffing challenges everywhere. This is similar to the hybrid clerks and bailiffs that I mentioned earlier regarding Wahiawa. For Wahiawa, it's because it's a smaller facility and they will be the hub there in Wahiawa, but also hopefully assist other facilities, Ewa and Kaneohe. And so having positions where people are higher trained and can cover more ground with a higher skill set would be essential for everyone. And so this also allows for added flexibility as our courts continue to evolve and our calendars, including our specialty calendars that I mentioned at the top of this presentation, would likely continue to expand. Last slide here provides our brief details on our 3 capital improvement requests. The first is for design funds for a new courthouse in South Kohala District, South Kohala. The current facility carries significant concerns for safety, space, temperature, where we have jealousy windows in the courtroom, and noise as well. The attorneys are meeting with the custodies in the DLE vans. There's no space for them. We have a handful of court employees who are stuffed in cubicles back to back, trying to do the filing. There's really no space for the entryway and the foyer, which is especially important when you need a magnetometer and other safety equipment at the entrance of the building. The second is to replace an AC chiller that's near the end of its life cycle out on Kauai, $0.9 million for that. And the last area is lump sum bond funds to continue long-term improvements in our facilities throughout the state. So the courthouses, District Court, which is a heavily used facility in downtown Honolulu, and our Circuit Court, also in downtown Honolulu, are approaching 40 years old each, and so they both need, we've been continuing to try and care for them over the years, and so this lump sum bond funds helps us do things like that, among others. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for the opportunity, and I'm available for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, members, we'll open up the questions. One more call.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for being here this morning. My question is going along the route of PV systems. How many of your courts are hooked up?
We currently have our Kona courthouse, which is we have PV on top of the building and also over the parking lot. We're also exploring that for Wahiwa, and right now those are the only ones. We're very interested in exploring with others. We've been communicating with DAGs in particular, even before, but especially since a year ago today when we were talking about this same issue. There's been quite a bit of federal funding coming into the state for that, and so we are exploring with DAGs the opportunity with that, and we've had conversations over the last months and especially in December as well. So DAGs is setting up a team energy. We're communicating with them. The last area that I'll mention is Kapolei. We're working on a multi-million-dollar solar project out there.
Okay, I'm just asking because I see you have a request in here for Kauai, and the question was posed to me, why don't I ask about a PV system for Kauai courts? Because before you do all of these other repairs, wouldn't it be good to at least research that? Because you could save a lot of money.
We're hopeful. So for the PV that we're exploring with DAGs, I think our initial discussion items with them would likely be for the neighbor islands and certainly for Kauai. We're not at that stage yet of identifying sites. Part of our identifying and selecting sites would be assessing the cost benefit, if you will, and how much we can reap from that. Because the Kauai courthouse, in addition to the roof of the facility, they've got a pretty decent sized parking lot without
Yes.
without anything blocking.
Right.
We're hopeful that if we do need to replace the chiller, or not only this chiller but the others, that it won't preclude PV in the future.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you for the question. Okay, Chair Tarnas.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks very much for your presentation. I wanted to follow up on a couple things. Your additional district court judge that you mentioned, the Kona District Court. So you're seeking funding, but there'll also have to be statutory authorization for it with a separate bill, right?
Yes. So for the Kona District Court judge, we're seeking from through our base budget bill, we're seeking funding and positions. Thank you. And we'll also have a separate bill in our judiciary package that will request statutory authorization because there's a portion of the HRS that enumerates in the Third Circuit there shall be blank number of judges. So we will have a separate bill in our package for that.
Okay, all right. And then in terms of your funding restoration, I know you note that there was 192 vacant judiciary positions that were defunded. And now you're requesting specific restoration of funding for various positions. But you've modified some of those positions, right, to meet current needs.
Yes.
But you're not asking for all of these positions to be brought back. Could you just give us an overview, because you're being much more targeted, and I think it'd be good for us to understand that.
Correct. Thank you, Chair. Yes, early in the pandemic, when the legislature understandably defunded positions, it was it numbered at 192. Since then, we've sought restoration of a few at a time. I think a few last year, a few the year before, maybe a few the year before that. But to your point, we are absolutely being targeted on our approach. One of the reasons is because our courts have significantly changed. Relatedly, the world has significantly changed, and what we need as an institution, both to accomplish our mission, but also to serve the public, is a little bit different, and the way that we're going about that is a little bit different. So we are relooking at every single position as we fill them. For some of them, we are repurposing as needed to a modern need, such as the hybrid positions that I was talking about. For some of them, we are repurposing to a higher priority, such as for the specialty court programs that I was talking about. And for some of them, we just need the exact same thing. On the last slide of essential staffing, we need fiscal folks out in Maui. We need a judicial assistant at the ICA, and so for some of them, that remains exactly what we need. But we're looking at every single position. And relatedly is that we, like everyone in state government, are also rethinking how we're recruiting and how we can tackle those sorts of things. And so we hope that whether it's repurposing or modernizing or updating some of these positions, even in small ways, it can make it more attractive. One, because it's something that more directly serves the public, and two, because in situations where they are a higher level, it can be a little more attractive for an applicant as well.
Thank you. Chair, could I have another question? On the request for the Criminal Justice Research Institute, you've got two requests in here. Could you help explain for us, the Finance Committee, as well as the public who's listening, about the importance of these positions? Because this Criminal Justice Research Institute is still building up capacity, really.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The Research Institute was established by Act 179 in 2019, primarily to be able to collect and aggregate data throughout the criminal justice system that's at this point and historically in various agencies, which makes it difficult, or which has made it difficult for the legislature and others in the criminal justice system to make policy decisions, to analyze what's going on and where the trends are and where we might be headed and how to do better. So that is the essential crux of the institute itself, and its first mission was to create a database so that at least we have data that everyone's looking at the same thing, we understand it, and we can share it all. So since 2019, Director Dr. Aaron Harbinson has been hired and has been brought on, in addition to several staff, to begin that work. The legislature also passed Act 147 2 years ago in 2023 to take another significant step towards building up that database. Since then, based on those two acts, Dr. Harbinson and staff have been working and contracting with vendors to begin to set up the system. They've collected 15 years of data from DLE, from the AGs, and from our judiciary, and has begun to put that together and see how they can analyze it and assess it. So some of the technology costs that we've requested for CJRI here are for the software tools and for storing the data. We've also requesting continuation, essentially, of the positions that were provided in Act 147 in 2023. That act provided a permanent position, and it also provided a temporary position. Both of those will assist the Institute in moving forward. One of them works in our IT department, so they can be fully committed to supporting the Institute and are not taken away from other judiciary priorities. At the same time, our other judiciary IT are not taken away from their priorities to work on things for the Institute. So that significantly helps the Institute move forward. The second position is to help the Institute at this really critical period of getting the database up and running. And that's why that one is temporary. So this is a especially critical period for that position.
So the first permanent position, the funding expires, it ends at the end of this fiscal year, so you're seeking funding moving forward for that one. The other one is the temporary position that you're seeking to make permanent and then provide funding for that.
We would. Thank you for the question, because I should clarify. We are seeking to continue both of them exactly as is. So both the permanent continue as permanent, because that funding would expire. The temporary continue as temporary, because both that position and the funding would expire. We're okay for now keeping it temporary as long as both the position and the money move forward.
Okay, thanks for that explanation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Further questions, members? Vice Chair.
Hey, Brandon. To follow up on Chair Tarnis's question about Criminal Justice Research Institute, is there any support being lent by ETS? Because I've heard that they're doing similar data collection for department sharing of information and any of that, or are you guys just kind of through that initial collection stage, or have they been lending any kind of support to help with some of this to get you guys up and running? We did talk to, Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation about the big need to try to kind of address the pretrial population in their facilities. So really excited to get whatever information data we can out of.
Let me thank you, Chair, for or Vice Chair, for the question. I'm gonna see if Dr. Harbinson is available to assist. I know that we've been reaching out, and in particular, she's been reaching out to agencies as needed, and they've been very cooperative. So thanks.
Can you pull the mic over?
Bring the microphone right up to you.
Yeah, it's for YouTube.
Okay, does work? Thank you. Committee members, thank you. I'm Erin Harbinson, Director of the Criminal Justice Research Institute. So with the technology aspect of the project that we're doing, we are going through the state procurement process through the Judiciary to set up the contract and do the work. But we have been in touch with the Chief Data Officer to really make sure that we're thinking big picture, talking to the other branches, thinking about how our project might relate or impact other systems and vice versa, and really coordinating closely with the IT director and the Department of Corrections and the Criminal Justice Data Center as well as we continue the project. Did you have any additional questions or clarification I could help with related to that?
No, that's good to hear that at least you can consult. And yeah, because I really feel strongly that, I think a lot of our departments would really benefit from being able to share a lot of data between the siloedness of all our programs. Do you have any kind of timeline for how much longer until you might be operational? Is it dependent on these positions, or what's the goal for kind of start pushing out some of this information or reporting the legislature might need?
Sure. So before we can do the kind of the reporting piece, the most important work is the foundational work is building up that data warehouse and building up essentially data sets. And so we're bringing in 3 different data sources, and a lot of the work really goes around restructuring these files into one centralized source that then gives us the capacity to report out. Some of it there's some metrics we've identified we can do through dashboards, which will be more real-time reporting. And then a lot of it, too, is about aggregating these data sets that give us the capacity to do research. So with that kind of explanation on the technology side of things, that's really where the lengthiest part of this process is just bringing in that data, creating that centralized source of information and restructuring it for research purposes. So it's been taking a little bit longer than we thought. We were hoping to be done with that part in the fall. At this point, I think we're estimating March, April to have that piece done. In the meantime, we're trying to kind of strategize and troubleshoot about doing some preliminary data analysis that we can report on. I think the dashboards might take a little more time to set up, just knowing that we thought the data warehouse would maybe be done in the fall. It's taken a few more months. A lot of the court data that we work with is structured in a very complex way across all the files. So I think that's where some of the biggest challenge has been. So I think right now that would be probably our most up-to-date timeline. So, and we do expect to be done within the contract by the end of the fiscal year, at least with the technical work. There just might be some kind of fine-tuning or fixing kind of near the end before we can report out publicly.
Oh, that's great news. Thank you. Thank you for your work on that. Yeah, and then maybe I had a separate question about the specialty courts specifically. The Women's Legislative Caucus did a visit Women's Court, and it was really great to see the program that was there, people getting, like the support they need to not just deal with the misstep they took, but to kind of solidify themselves in their lives with their families and all of that. I just want to know, across all the specialty courts, what kind of data is the judiciary collecting about the success rates, or are we collecting any kind of data about these programs? Because I know, right, we do this, we do mental health court, we do like the 6 or 7 that were listed. What kind of data are you guys collecting, if at all? I hope you are.
We are. Thank you, Representative, for the question. We are, and in particular because each of our specialty courts are based on are evidence-based in their design. Women's court, girls court, and maybe a couple of others are unique in that they are really homegrown and home-designed. Others, such as Veterans Treatment Court, Mental Health Court, Drug Court, these are following national models. And so even more so for those, there are national models about how to collect the data. But for Women's Court, we are collecting the data, and for Girls Court as well, which just celebrated its 20-year anniversary of changing young women's lives as well. We are collecting data.
Or is that available publicly? Or do you guys publish it? Can you send us some of those statistics about the programs and I guess whatever you're collecting, success rates?
Yes.
What we're seeing as people go through the courts?
Yes, we can send those. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, that's it. Okay, members, further questions? Okay, thank you. And this is very high level type questions, but one of the things that has always, as far as my earlier, you weren't here, but maybe you were here, but as far as departments or different branches of government, I guess, communicating with everybody else on different things like that. So, on your CIP budget, do you guys ever talk to BNF about what your requests may be and what kind of capacity you will need? I'll tell you why. Because over the years, it seems like they never consider whatever you're asking for, because they have an issuance plan of how much bonds they will be floating, and in their plan, it doesn't account for whatever you're asking. So historically, the legislature has to cut the administrative CIP request to fit what you want. Right, so it's always been my pet peeve, if you will, that everybody should be like talking to each other, ahead of time, and telling them that this is the need of judiciary, and even OHA to some degree. That doesn't happen either. But do you guys actually talk about what your need in the CIP budget will be?
On the CIP, thank you, Chair, for the question. We do communicate to the governor and the governor's office on November 1 of each year with listing out our budget requests. We don't have other direct communications about CIP projects that we're planning with BNF. We do communicate with DAGs very frequently because
Yeah,
they're...
TAGS is to execute, but the BNF would be the budget part, right?
Yes.
So that would be kind of.
Thank you, Jai.
That'd be good to like start that conversation, just so that, right, at the end of the day, it's always the legislature got to be the bad guy, and we got to cut someplace to fit you guys in, so, right?
Understood. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. And then, another off-topic is, I appreciate that you are talking with the ETS and the state data officer and those kind of things, and looking at national models and those kind of things. Do you consult CSG, the Justice Center?
On a particular issue, or?
Or just in general, is that a resource that you take advantage of? I'm just kind.
CSG, we do refer to them as needed, especially as we're looking at developing programs or refining programs.
Yeah.
I don't think we have a...
Because the Justice Center is
routine.
a large investment for them, CSG, and that organization in particular is one that reaches out through all three branches of government, right? The administrative as well as the legislative and the judicial. But it is the legislature's budget that pays for the CSG membership. So I always had a problem with that. But right, that you guys can take advantage of, but we got to pay for it. But anyway, because we pay for it, I just want to know if you guys are taking advantage of it.
We do from time to time. It would be fair to say not regularly.
Because it is. I've seen their facility, and it's a good resource for the state. It's open to all 50 states, and I'm just curious if you guys take advantage of that, because we pay for it, right?
Thank you, Chair. Not on a regular basis, and we certainly will look at it more. We do consult very frequently with the National Center for State Courts that is committed to state courts.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the main things, I think. Or just one other thing. So the communication part, as far as ETS and working with DAGs, the advisory committee for ETS, there's a position that is for the judiciary. Who's the member now?
Let me check with our... Yeah, our IT director, Mai Van, is...
Okay, and do they regularly attend? Because that's...
I will check. She's unavailable to be here today,
Okay.
but I will check on
That'll be important, I think, because of what's happening in IT and everything that's going on. That they be right. It's one of the few areas where that advisory committee does bring all three branches of government together. It would be good if you guys attended
I'll
on a
confirm.
regular basis. Okay, any further questions? Okay, thank you very much for coming, and we appreciate it, and we look forward to working with you. Thank you. Okay, we're going to be in recess till 1:30. Okay, we're going to reconvene the Committee on Finance to continue our informational briefing. Next up, we have DAG. Sorry we took so long, but the Senate was yelling at us, so I'm only kidding. But yeah, we just had a slight delay, but thank you for being patient with us.
Worries. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Takenouchi, CIP Chair Kitagawa, members of the Finance Committee. Thank you very much for allowing us to be here today, and first and foremost, Happy New Year to everyone as well. My name is Keith Regan. I'm the Comptroller and the Director for the Department of Accounting and General Services. We've submitted to you our written testimony that provided an overview of the department, our operations, and our outlined priorities for the upcoming biennium budget. In addition, you have the specific items that were requested in the biennium budget that our Governor Green, submitted for your consideration as part of this process. On behalf of the more than 800 hardworking and dedicated DAGS team members, I would like to first and foremost just express our deep gratitude and appreciation to this committee and to the members and to you, Chair, for your consideration of our request, as well as your prior support for the department. We truly appreciate that. Chair, with your permission, I'd like to just briefly introduce our team.
Please.
Thank you for that. You know, our leadership team is truly the backbone of DAGS, and they help us to oversee and manage the broad responsibilities that we have that are assigned to us. I'd like to first start by introducing my Deputy Comptroller or Deputy Director, Myo-Ling Silliman, who is here to my right. Myo-Ling is an amazing partner in this adventure that we're on as the heads and leadership of the Department of Accounting and General Services. She comes to us with a wealth of experience. Some of you may know her, you may have worked with her in the past, but she is truly an asset, and I really appreciate her serving in this capacity as Deputy Comptroller, because she helps keep me sane and address the many challenges and responsibilities that we have within our department. So I just wanted to say thank you for being a part of this team. I would like to also introduce our programs that are here with us today. Representing AGS 101, 102, and 103, which is our accounting division, we have our accounting division administrator, Lydia Nash. And I'll just ask them to stand so you can see, put a name with a face, basically. But Lydia was officially selected and appointed into the role of administrator as of October 16, 2023. But she had been with the department for many, many years prior. Representing AGS 104, representing our audit division, our audit administrator, Ronald Shigi. AGS 105, representing the Office of Information Practices, which is an attached agency. We have a number of attached agencies within DAGS. And just very briefly, what that means is that they're administratively attached. We have no direct managerial oversight of those attached agencies, but we do provide administrative support to them. So if they need help with, you know, filing certain documents or processing certain things on administrative, from an administrative standpoint, then we help them and provide those services. But representing OIP is the director, Carlotta Amarino. Ms. Amarino was actually appointed by Governor Green on December 6th. So a very recent appointment, but she had been with OIP prior, and so we're just very honored to have her serve in this role. So congratulations, Carlotta, on that appointment. Representing AGS 111, which is our archives division, we have our archives administrator, Dr. Adam Jansen. And by the way, if you ever have an opportunity to go and explore the archives, Adam is a very interesting individual who has a wealth of knowledge. And I say that in the most respectful way, by the way, Adam. But we have a wealth of information, documents, and other items that are held within the archives. And you know, if you ever just want to go and explore and see what we do at archives, I'd be happy to give you a tour of our operation. But that's Dr. Adam Jansen. AGS 131, representing our Office of Enterprise Technology Services, otherwise known as ETS, is our newly minted and appointed Chief Information Officer, Christine Sakuda. Christine was appointed by Governor Green as the CIO effective August 3rd, 2024. And many of you may have known her. She was with Transform Hawaii Government for many years prior to joining the state. So comes to us with just a wealth of experience and knowledge and perspective that I think is going to serve us well in this in her role as CIO within the department and for the state of Hawaii. Representing AGS 203, risk management, operation within DAGS, our Risk Management Officer, Tracy Kitaoka. AGS 211, representing the Land Survey Division, our Administrator, Reed Surratt. Representing AGS 221 and 223, which is our Public Works Division, we have Administrator Gordon Wood. And Gordon actually was also appointed in 2024 and selected to serve in this role as of June 3rd, 2024, but also was part of the department for many years prior. AGS 231, 232, 233, and 234, which is our Central Services Division, is led by our Administrator, James Kurata. James actually started with DAGS on August 16, 2023. But James also has a wealth of experience being involved in various different departments of the state. He is a licensed engineer, so he brings a lot of talent to the team and in a very critical area within our operations, which handles things like deferred maintenance on facilities, as well as many other stuff. AGS 240, 244, representing our State Procurement Office. And unfortunately, Bonnie could not be here today, but our Management Analyst, Jacob Chang, is here with us. AGS 251 and 252 is our Automotive Management Division. The Administrator is Michael Arakaki. He unfortunately could not join us today. AGS 807, representing our neighbor island district offices, of which we now have 4 district offices, is our Kauai District Office Administrator and Engineering Program Manager, Eric Agena. So just a really quick background. Eric's been with the state for a while now in this role, but we, in our neighbor islands, have these other engineering program managers. We have one on Maui, which covers Maui, Molokai, and Lanai. That was Mr. Pearson. You may know Jeff Pearson or may have interacted with him. He retired. Congratulations, Jeff. He's probably watching right now. I doubt that, but he retired, as well as we've got 2 vacant positions on Hawaii Island, one East Hawaii, in our East Hawaii District Office, which handles the Hilo side of the operation, as well as Engineering Program Manager in West Hawaii. Both of those are vacant. We actually have interviews scheduled tomorrow for our East Hawaii District Office Engineering Program Manager, so we're very excited about that. We want to try to get that filled. But the reason I'm mentioning it is because Eric is bouncing amongst the different district offices to ensure that they have the support and the leadership that they need from an engineering program manager standpoint. We are also supporting those district offices from the comptroller's office as well. But I really just want to thank him for that. AGS 871, representing the Campaign Spending Commission, we have our Executive Director, Kristen Izumi Nitao. From the Office of Elections, AGS 879, we have our Chief Elections Officer, Scott Nago. From the State Foundation on Culture and the Arts, we have Executive Director Karen Ewald, and that's AGS 881. Representing the King Kamehameha Celebration Commission, we have our Executive Director, Amy Hammond. Thank you for being here, Amy. From AGS 891, representing the 911 Board, we have Executive Director Royce Murakami. And from AGS 901, which is the Comptroller's Office, we have a number of individuals that have joined us today. If I miss anyone, I apologize in advance, but we have our Planning and Policy Analyst, Tony Benabisi, who many of you probably have worked with in the past. From our Administrative Services Office, we have our Business Management Officer, Miyoki Ng, and our Management Analyst, Andrew Choi. From our Personnel Office, we have our Human Resources Officer, Daylene Liu. And from our Systems and Procedures Office, which is like the DAGS IT. It's not ETS, it's like DAGS IT, right, office. So they put in the computers, they do all that kind of stuff for DAGS and manage certain systems. But our Acting Systems Manager, Sharon Murakami. So again, I just want to thank them all for taking the time to be here. And they're here also to answer questions, right? So if we've got questions as we go through this budget, please feel free to ask. And if I don't have the answer, we've got the team here that hopefully has the answer for you as well. So Chair members, this team before you has been, again, the management backbone for DAGS. And they've helped to lead this department alongside us and to serve and deliver on our mission, which is to provide critical services to our sister departments and the public. We recognize that our ability to successfully serve is dependent on support from all of you. If we don't have your support and also the support of the governor, we will have a very difficult time carrying out our mission and the functions of DAGS. But again, we just express our gratitude for your ongoing trust in us and our ability to carry out our mission. We're also extremely grateful to the more than 800 DAGS team members throughout the state of Hawaii that are the heart and the soul of our department. So I just want to mahalo them and mahalo you. As reflected in my introductions, our department provides truly a broad range of services, with our primary mission and focus on attaining maximum value for state taxpayers by providing physical, financial, and technical infrastructure support for state departments and agencies so they may accomplish their missions. We're a central services agency in the sense that we really are built to serve others. And that is what we do day in and day out. We strive to achieve this through our 8 divisions, our 7 offices, and our 11 attached agencies. Through these resources, DAGS provides support, again, to virtually every department within the state. As our state grows, so too does the demand for the services that we deliver to our state agencies. Increasing demand combined with workforce challenges, and we do have workforce challenges within DAGS, requires that we make investments in technology and business process modernization efforts and other initiatives that are going to allow us to perform more efficiently and more effectively as a department. A good example of that, I'm sorry. A good example of that is our 55-year-old financial management system. Some of you may be familiar with FAMOUS. It's not famous as in I'm famous, but it's more like infamous in that it is that infamous in terms of people knowing how antiquated our system is. But this financial management system has been in place now for almost 55 years. In fact, more than 55 years. I can't imagine anyone has a piece of software on any one of their personal computers, because we didn't have PCs back 55 years ago, but that are still running anything that's even 10 years old. But we have a financial management system in place now that's written in a language, it's written in COBOL, it's not even taught in schools anymore, that is processing 900,000 transactions a year. 900,000 transactions a year are hitting this system with a total value of more than $72 billion. And to put that into perspective, that's like the GDP for the state of Hawaii. So the GDP of the state of Hawaii in terms of transactions are flowing through a 55-year-old system that we're hoping continues to operate until we get a replacement. But I'm very happy to say, thanks to the support of this body, that we are moving forward. We're moving forward on the replacement of that system. That's the Enterprise Financial System project. You funded the first half, we're asking for the second half. And we're very happy to let you know that by the end of this month, January, we anticipate that the RFP for the EFS will be released, and that project will move forward to the next phase. It's taken us a long time to get here, and the reason for that is because we had a lot of lessons to learn from previous failures on this particular project. We did a lot of reflection. We approached it differently than we have any other project that we've had of this magnitude in the past. Typically, these are technology projects, right? Typically, IT leads it, ETS would lead it, and the functional side would just sort of come along. But we recognized that there was a need to change the way that we approach this particular project so that we could set it up for success. This is a functionally led project. More than 150 people, state employees, that have fiscal operation responsibilities played a role in the development of this RFP. We didn't do that the last time, but we stepped back and we recognized where we dropped the ball and how we can make it better and how we can get our team to be, and our team, I mean the organization, invested in this project because it is going to be a huge undertaking. One of the things that I just want to mention is that in addition to replacing a 55-year-old system, we're also changing processes that have been in place for about 100 years. I know you're probably thinking like, the comptroller's crazy. We don't have anything that's been in place for 100 years. We do. In fact, if you look at when the system was codified, it was codified back in the 20s. And so there are remnants of processes that have been in place for that long. That's incredible. So there's a huge lift that's going to have to take place as part of this project to re-engineer the way we do business. And we can't do that without everybody on board and playing a significant role. So we have a lot of work ahead of us. And you'll see in our budget requests There is some movement of positions within DAGS to create what's called the Business Transformation Office within the Comptroller's Office. And last year, this body supported us in changing the statute that allows for the Comptroller's Office to have exempt positions that specifically focus on modernization efforts. And this is sort of the next phase and the next step in the process. Those positions already existed. They were already in ETS, but they were given to ETS because they could have exempt positions. We didn't have the authority back then. But now through your support, Chair, and through the members here in the House, as well as the Senate and the governor, now we have that ability. So in this budget, you will see that next step that we're taking to help manage this behemoth of a project that we have in front of us. Right now, a lot of it is on my shoulders, it's on Mei-Ling's shoulders, it's on certain members of our team's shoulders, but we also have other things that we're responsible for. I can tell you we are literally meeting twice a week on this project for hours at a time, just to make sure that we can keep it moving forward. And we need a project manager and we need this business transformation office in place, and through your support, we hope to get that done. You'll also see that we're asking for the second tranche of monies. I think it's a $35 million CIP request. And that is because the project itself is going to cost, we estimate, in the range of about $66 million. And so we need that additional funding because we're going to need to contract for this project. And in order for us to get that done, we're going to need to get that funding in place as well. So we appreciate your consideration and your support. You'll also see things in the budget like staff augmentation. What does that mean? Why do we need that? And the reason that we need that staff augmentation is because as we're going forward with this project, that 150 people that I talked about that are scattered in different departments that have fiscal operation responsibilities, we got to pull them into the project because they are the subject matter experts. They're the ones that are going to have to live with the system. They're the ones that are going to help us get across the finish line on this project. And in order to do that, we've got to free them up to be able to sort of leave their day-to-day job and their responsibilities and be dedicated to the project. They can't do that if they're constantly worrying about all the paper that's piling up on their desks, right? And so what we're asking for in this budget, and you'll see it, is some money that's going to let us bring in outside help. Bring in some outside staff augmentation, bring in some outside help, and free up those subject matter experts to help with this project. So that's really critical, and we ask for your support in that. In addition to that project, we've got like a lot of other things that are ongoing within DAGS, and some of those include brick and mortar projects. Brick and mortar projects that have long-lasting positive impacts on the community. And they're everywhere throughout the state. And just to name a few, some of you may be familiar with the New Haloa Stadium Entertainment District project. That's a huge project that we're participating in, and we're significantly involved from a procurement standpoint and from a project overview and management standpoint. We have the Wahiawa Judiciary, or the Civic Center project, right? That's located out in Wahiawa. And if you haven't had a chance to go out there and take a look at the project, it's an amazing project. And our team has been responsible for that and moving that forward. The Kahului Civic Center is another project that we've been involved in, which is in the design phase, right? And so we're going to be, eventually we're going to ask for some construction monies for that. But that will be critically important for Maui in particular, to have that facility, because it's going to address a number of needs that we have there. In addition to that, we've got other projects like OCCC, and that's just to kind of give you a flavor of some of the big projects that we have that are on our plate. But our Public Works Division, which is only about 77 employees, they handle a significant number of 455 projects they have that are currently live in their system in various different phases, whether it be in the planning, design, or construction phase, that total a little over $2.5 billion in total value. So these 77 individuals, led by Gordon and his team, are doing an incredible job being able to support not only DAGS and DAGS projects and DAGS managed facilities, but also other departments that rely on our expertise to be able to get their CIP projects across the finish line. So like as an example, OCCC, right? That's a corrections project. That's not a DAGS project, but they reach out to us to ask us for our help and our expertise, and we gladly provide that service through our Public Works Division. As projects are completed and new facilities are brought online, our team at our Central Services Division are developing plans to service those projects, not only now, but also into the future. And just to give you a kind of a quick overview, Central Services provides things like custodial or janitorial services. They provide things like groundskeeping. So, when you see the guys out there mowing the lawn at the state capitol, that's Central Services. When you see the guys here in the capitol that are cleaning the restrooms and the trash cans, that's Central Services. When you see our plumbers, electricians, carpenters, painters, building maintenance workers, our building managers, that's all part of Central Services. All of those functions are part of what Jimmy Kurata and his team are responsible for. And, when you step back and you think about the magnitude of what they've got on their shoulders, they have 277 facilities that throughout the state of Hawaii that we are actually responsible for through Central Services. And that's pretty incredible because 109 of those 277 are located here on Oahu, 83 on Hawaii Island, 56 on Maui, and 29 on Kauai. So it's spread out across the entire state. In addition to all of that, Central Services has the responsibility of providing support for the cemeteries that are assigned to DAGs. You must be thinking, what? You got cemeteries too? Yeah, we have cemeteries, and that's by statute. There's actually an entire section of the statute, I think it's 110, if you take a look at that talks about cemeteries and their responsibilities and where it lies, and it's with the comptroller. I was kind of surprised to find out about that. I always thought it was a DLNR thing, but apparently that's not. And so we have taken on that responsibility, and we do our best with that. Unfortunately, it's a challenge. These 8 cemeteries that we have, there's 6 of them here on Oahu, there's 1 on Kauai, and there's 1 on Big Island. And they're in various states of disrepair. I mean, we try to do our best to keep them in a respectful way, but we just don't have the manpower because there's no dedicated staff or resources specifically to provide services and upkeep of those cemeteries. I think that's something that we need to change. And so what you'll see in our budget request is in fact the creation of an office that is going to have that responsibility. It's a cemetery management office that we're asking for 2 positions within that office, and we're asking for some funds because interestingly enough, the statute allows the comptroller to be able to engage with private contractors to provide services within those cemeteries. So in other words, we could hire groundskeeping, we could hire maintenance companies to go in and fix a fence or something like that, right? We don't have to rely necessarily on internal DAGS staff who don't have the time to go out there. We can actually contract for that work and respectfully manage the final resting places of more than 6,000 of our former community members, our ancestors, people that we know are buried in these cemeteries or that our families know. Maybe even our own family members, right, are buried there. But we have a duty, in my mind, to do something about that. And so we're asking for your support in our budget request to create that office. And I'll just kind of try to move on as quickly as I can, but DAGS also has played a major role in the Lahaina recovery efforts. Right from the start, DAGS was there. DAGS opened up its warehouse through Jeff Pearson and through our team there at Maui District Office, and we did everything possible to support the needs of the community, above and beyond, whatever we could do, including finding additional warehouse space beyond just DAGS warehouse space to help support some of the recovery efforts. But, we're having ongoing discussions about rebuilding, right? We've got the Kamehameha III Elementary School that was burned down and destroyed on Front Street. We've got the library that was burned down and destroyed on Front Street. And we've got, clearly we have the harbor, right, that was impacted by the fire. But we're committed, DAGS is committed to working with the West Maui community. I want you all to know that as someone who spent many, many years of my life on Maui, I have a very special place in my heart for that community, so I apologize. But we will continue to work very closely with the community as well as the affected departments and this body to provide assistance with these efforts. In addition, our risk management office continues to push forward with our insurance providers as part of the claims process to seek proceeds that may be used to support West Maui, to rebuild these facilities like the school, like the library, like the harbor as well. And to date, our office has received $42 million in payments from our insurance carriers, and we do anticipate that we're going to get more funds, probably up to the limit of $200 million, which is our policy limit, which can be used to support the rebuilding efforts of those facilities that were destroyed in the Lahaina area. So we do expect that, and you will see that ceiling increase in our budget request. So when you look at the overall request for DAGs, it looks massive, right? It's like 230-something million dollars on the operating side. And, you know, even I was kind of taken aback by that. But you can instantly, you know, see that 200 million of that is just the ceiling increase to accept the monies to be able to then expend them in some way that, you know, in working clearly with you, Chair, and this body, to support the rebuilding efforts in Lahaina. I feel like I'm speaking a lot, so I apologize for that. But and I don't want to take up too much more time. But you know, we've got a big department, and we've got many divisions and operations that I would love to talk to you about. But and I'm sure as we go through the budget requests, we can start to touch on them. But there is one more thing that I do want to talk a little bit about before I kind of move on to the line-by-line item discussion, and that is, that I mentioned this at the get-go. We do have challenges like vacancies, right? I think every department is dealing with that. They're struggling with that. How do you get people to join your team from the private sector, or even, I don't like stealing employees from other departments, but I'll gladly steal them from the county. Sorry, county. I mean, that's where I cut my teeth in public service. But yeah, I mean, we've made some amazing strides as it relates to addressing our vacancies within the department. In fact, in 2023, our vacancy rate for DAGs was at 21%, and that's including attached agencies. Without attached agencies, I think it was like 17%, which is pretty impressive. But in 2024, we dropped it down to 17%. So we made some amazing effort, in terms of getting positions filled. And a lot of it is thanks to the efforts that this body has put forward, supporting things like, increased salaries, supporting things like the intern programs, right? Like a DLIR has, the Hele Mua program. Incredibly successful, incredibly helpful. I will say that, as an example, the engineering positions has always been a challenge for us, right? How do we get engineers and architects to leave highly compensated positions in the private sector, right? How do we get them to join us? Wages was a big challenge. We just couldn't compete. But through the efforts of our administrators, through the efforts of DHERD and the HGEA specifically, Randy Pereira, amazingly supportive in this effort, as well as our HR team, we were able to create salary schedules, specific salary schedules that allowed those position salaries to be on par with private sector and allow us to compete for once from a wage standpoint. I think benefit-wise, I think we're still pretty high up there, right, from a state perspective, but the wage side was killing us. So we were very successful in that effort, and we've actually been able to use that to attract people to come and join our team. They are now more than willing to put their names in for consideration. In fact, I'm going to talk a little bit about the 5 positions that are on the chopping block from Public Works Division. 4 of them are engineering 5 positions. One of them is we actually have a candidate starting, I think, in February. So we've filled it, but it's on the chopping block. But we filled it because we now have this new pay scale in place. It actually helped to bring somebody on board. But we've been doing a lot of things, creative things that are addressing some of these shortfalls that we've had in the past, and are going to allow us to be able to do a lot of these major projects that we have coming down the pipeline. I just wanted to mention that so that you're kind of aware of kind of where we are on some of these things. We've even, we've gone to job fairs, right, in the past, since the last time we were here before you. We've had some success, but I really think, and I mentioned Hele Imua, but that one we actually had, I think we had like 5 interns that joined our team in different areas within our department, and hired actually one of those 5 individuals to work within the department. So that's a really exciting example, I think, of how these programs are successful. And that position is within our Systems and Procedures Office. So we're very supportive of those kind of efforts, and we appreciate you supporting them as well. And as I mentioned, you know, the positions that are offered up for being eliminated, those 5 positions, we would just ask for your consideration. And I made the same plea with the Senate Ways and Means Committee this morning, is to give us another year, at least on the engineering position. The other one is a contract administrator 2 position. If we got to give that up, I understand. But I really feel like with all the efforts that we've made to date, we can get these positions filled in the next year. And frankly, if we can't get it done in the next year, take them back. You know, we'll give them up, because I think, and I'm confident, that through Gordon and his team and their efforts, and through all of these things that have been put into place, we're going to get them filled. So I just humbly ask for your reconsideration of that. And we can work with your team on the adjustments, you know, because there are some funds that we requested through the elimination of those positions to be able to hire consultants to kind of like backfill to support that need. But if we can get those positions, we don't need the consultant monies, basically, right? We just need the monies to be able to hire into those roles. So, you know, again, Chair, as part of the process, when we initially sat down with the governor, we put a request forward that included items totaling up to $234 million from an operating standpoint in fiscal year 26, and in 2027, total $228 million. And again, $200 million of that was actually for the insurance ceiling increase. But you can see on our tables, it's labeled Table 4. But, you know, this whole process was really an iterative process, right? The governor was extremely receptive. Louis and his team, you know, again, you know, they have to do their job, right, from a BNF perspective, but they, you know, worked very closely with us to get the budget, which is before you now, into a place where we feel very good about at least what's been offered, right, you know, in terms of our needs going forward for the next 2 fiscal years. So, Chair, with that, I would like to, you know, move into our review of the Table 6 items. And I would just, you know, however you want to, if you've got questions or if you want me to pause, please just tell me and I will, I'll stop and we can, you know.
Yeah, proceed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so, thank you for that. If we turn to Table 6, you'll see our first priority, which is priority number 4, first item is priority number 4, is increasing the ESCO lease payment. These are energy service company agreements that were put in place many years ago in an effort to save the state money on electrical utility costs. They, you know, they were not maybe as effective as we thought they would be. And so, unfortunately, it's costing more money for us to be able to support those ESCO contracts. We are unfortunately locked into those contracts for a period of time. So we need to fulfill that obligation, and we're asking for your support. Based on our analysis over the next 2 fiscal years, we need about $433,000 to support that. The next item is part of our request for the West Hawaii District Office. In fact, the next 4 items relate to Hawaii Island, and these are already existing positions that you supported in a previous request, but they were funded at half funding, and so we're asking for your support in making them fully funded for the biennium budget. So those amounts reflect full-time positions in our East Hawaii as well as West Hawaii district offices. For moving on to its department-wide priority number 9, this is a request from our state procurement office to fund the small business coordinator or extend the funding of the small business coordinator, and also to comply with Act 168. Which also relates to HRS 103D 902, and the request there is for $126,000. Jacob Chang is here from State Procurement Office. If there's any questions, I'm happy to bring him up and he could answer questions as it relates to that request. Moving on to priority number 10. So we have a payroll system, and there is a need to support the cost for cloud hosting. There is a need to support the cost for application support services, as well as for the licensing. And on an annual basis, all that totals up to about $5 million. We need those monies to support our ongoing payroll operations as it relates to HIP. So this is a necessary request. We're asking for your consideration. We know it's difficult, but it is something we need to ensure that the 60,000 plus employees that we have, that the payroll system doesn't run into any kind of glitches or any challenges as we need to make modifications. So things like, a new schedule for tax, state income tax, right? Or federal income tax tables are changing, or THP payments need to be included, right? As part of that process. So we lean heavily on our contractor to be able to provide us those services because we just don't have internal capacity to do some of those changes. Eventually down the road, our hope is that after modernizing our enterprise financial system, our financial management system, the next phase of that project or modernization effort will be a human capital management system, which will include modern payroll, modern HR, right? And not these antiquated systems that make it very difficult for us to be able to maintain. So unfortunately, until that point in time, we still need to support the existing system. So that request is what you see there reflected in priority number 10. Priority number 11, this is actually related to the enterprise financial system. These are positions within our state, within our accounting division, specifically within the systems accounting branch. These will eventually become basically the call center, right? These folks will troubleshoot any issues that are coming up from the departments as they start to utilize EFS and, actually get into it. And so rather than end up like we are with the payroll system, where we have to, rely on external vendors from time to time, the hope there is we're going to build the experience as we're building the product, right? So as we're moving through this process, we want to get these people in place so that they truly become subject matter experts in every aspect of our EFS and can address the needs so that we don't have to hire somebody externally. In addition to those positions, we've also got staff, there's also staff augmentation monies that are included in there. And I talked a little bit about staff augmentation and the critical need for that, right? So again, we need to bring those SMEs, the subject matter experts, out of the departments. We need to bring them into the project. In order to do that, we need to kind of supplement them so that they're not burning out and that work doesn't pile up and they eventually don't want to be a part of the project. So again, we ask for your help and your support in that request. We are asking for, and we have started the process of creating a business transformation office within the comptroller's office. Again, thanks to you folks in changing the law. Now we have the ability to have exempt positions specifically for modernization efforts. We have positions, and by the way, 1, 2, and 3 are not on this list because 1, 2, and 3 are trade-off transfers. They are positions that were originally given to ETS because we didn't have that authority specifically for the financial management project. Now that we have the authority, we're transferring them back in as to be part of this business transformation office. But we also need project management expertise. And in order to get that project management expertise, we're going to have to pay some money for that. And we need a director position, we need an assistant director because of the magnitude of this project. I cannot describe how significant this is. Like, I can't find the right words to describe it, but this is a project that is going to need a lot of support and a lot of focused attention. And so having an office that's purely dedicated to that is going to be critical. And making this position, folding it into the budget, I think is going to be important. Electricity costs, I talked a little bit about that. As I mentioned, we have 270 plus facilities that are under DAG's immediate control. That we support. 130 of those are under DAG's control. They're either DAG's facilities or DAG's managed. Those are the facilities that we need to get some additional monies for utilities. Electrical costs are going up. So in addition to the ESCO payments, We also have to pay HECO, you know, or, you know, on Kauai, it's, I can't remember the name of the Kauai one, but, yeah, KC, thank you. You know, we got to pay them for utilities. So we're asking for that additional $1 million to support that. There is an item here, number 16, which is to add funding for security out in Kapolei at our Kakuhiheva building. We've identified a need out there similar to the state capital district. You know, we've got issues out there related to safety. We're asking for about 120,000, but I will just put it out there that also in our budget request, we transferred the funding that was provided to us in a previous fiscal year to the Department of Law Enforcement to handle the security for our facilities. By statute, actually, law enforcement is responsible. It's right in their statute, like it's clear as day. And so I understand why it was given to DAGs at the time. We set up the program. We worked very closely with DLE. They're ready for it. They're prepared to take it on. And in working with the director of the department, Jordan Lowe, and his team, we've set them up for success to make sure that service is properly managed, not only for the Capital District, but also for things like expansion out into our Kapolei office at Kakuhiheva building. What I was going to say, though, Chair, is that, you know, as it relates to this $120,000 request, we're okay with that actually being transferred over to DLE. Doesn't have to be in our budget. I think it just kind of got caught up in, you know, kind of the speed of putting some of this together, and it may have been missed on our part, and I apologize, but we would gladly, you know, be open to that moving over to DLE. Okay, so moving on to priority number 17. We're asking for, in fiscal year 27, a position that would help to support the Wahiawa Civic Center. That's the Judiciary project out there in Wahiawa. Again, if you have a chance to go by and take a look at it, pretty nice project. But we're going to need a custodian out there. We're going to need services to be provided to the tenants out there, like we do in this building, right? And we've identified the need for at least one. We think there's probably a need for more, but at least if we can get one, this is half-funded request because we anticipate the facility coming online sometime at some point in time where we're only going to need to have a half-year funding in support of that position. So we're asking for your support for that, as well as there's some equipment that we're going to need to support the building. Priority number 18 is we're asking for some fencing money. You know, we're asking for $250 in fiscal year 26, $150 in fiscal year 27. So in addition to the security services that we have here, we also have things like the war memorials, right, that are located off of Richard Street that are not fenced in. And so people are going into these memorials. They are unfortunately desecrating them. They're pulling letters off I don't know what they're doing with them, but they're pulling letters off the walls. You know, they're urinating, they're defecating, you know, in these places where they shouldn't, right? I mean, we need to, you know, maintain these facilities in a way that's respectful to those that are honored there. So we're asking for some monies so that we can start the process of putting in proper fencing around some of those facilities so that we can, at the end of the day, when it's off, when you know, our hours of operations have ended, we can lock them up so that people can't go in there and they can't cause problems, right? We can better manage those spaces. So that's just an example of some of the work that we anticipate doing with that funding and that support. We're asking for some interdepartmental transfer increases in priority number 19. This is for our Neighbor Island district offices. I should have mentioned this, I don't think I did, but on the Neighbor Islands, all of our district offices support the DOE and their facilities, as well as the libraries also, by the way. But, you know, as part of that arrangement that we have in place, the DOE also funds some of the positions that we have. So we do have like plumbers, electricians, we've got carpenters, we've got other, you know, skilled laborers that service those facilities. And so with the increase in collective bargaining, we're asking for some additional, and as well as in our fringe benefits, we're asking to be able to cover that cost through that increase. Item number 20, we're asking for the request to fund 2 part-time positions for the archives. They're going through this process of wanting to modernize the way that they do business and the way they operate by incorporating RFID technology into some of their storage, right? So that they can quickly identify where these boxes and documents are located and have a better process of managing their inventory. And I think this is going to help from an efficiency standpoint to better be able to pull documents and serve documents up to the public as requests are made. And so Adam and his team are doing a great job, but I think this is really going to help them move forward on some very important modernization efforts. Number 21 is, again, this is the big ask in our budget, which is the ceiling increase for our risk management revolving fund of $200 million. Again, we do expect to get more funds from our carriers over the next 2 years. We think that by June of 2026 that we will have received the maximum payout from our carriers as it relates to our claims pertaining to the fire. So we're looking at about $200 million by June 2026. So support of this increase in the ceiling would be extremely helpful for the department. Let's see. Item number 22 is our request for the Cemetery Management Office. I won't go into details on that again. I think I spoke to it in my opening comments. But we are asking for 2 positions. We're asking for some funding, about $1 million in operational funds for us to be able to hire contractors to do things like maintaining the grounds, right, on a regular basis, fixing any kind of damage that might have been done through vandalism, fixing things like the fences that are falling down to prevent people from going in and creating problems. But really, again, just treating these final resting places with the respect that they really, truly are due. And so we'd ask for your support in that request as well. I'm going to now shift gears to our Office of Enterprise Technology Services, and I'm going to actually call up our Chief Information Officer to go through her requests. I think it's important. She's part of our team. She's an important part of our team, and she's an important part of our state. And she's got a lot to talk about, and she's got a lot of requests that she's put forward through the good work that she's done so far in her short time here with the state and through her efforts and with the team. So with that, I'd like to introduce Christine Sakuda, our CIO, to walk through ETS's requests. So Christine?
Thank you, Comptroller. Aloha mai kako. Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Takenouchi, members of the committee. My name is Christine Sakuda, and it's a pleasure to serve as the state CIO. I work in the Office of Enterprise Technology Services, and the mission of ETS is to advance operational excellence of government through trusted collaboration, partnerships, and technology leadership in the spirit of aloha. We ensure critical state IT infrastructure is reliable and secure. We ensure that the state's programs running on that infrastructure are accessible and responsive to the public. And we promote innovative use of technology and data. We have 13 budget items, and I'd like to go through them quickly and happy to answer any questions. So first up is Priority 23. This is to add funds for the Microsoft Enterprise Agreement subscription. The state has currently executed year 1 of the Microsoft G5 license. It's a big bump from G3 to G5. And so we're asking for resources for the next several years. The G5 license includes things like the telephone system, which has the potential to replace the old analog systems, which can improve cost and response time for people working remotely, as well as enhance security and infrastructure. Priority 24 adds funds for the cybersecurity risk mitigation. The priority goal of the ETS cybersecurity program is to protect the state infrastructure and its data. So we're asking for $1.6 million. Common threats that include data breaches, distributed denial of service, and ransomware. The cybersecurity program intends to incrementally improve on the existing infrastructure that we currently have. Priority 25 adds funds for the Highwind telecommunications system maintenance and warranty for $630. It's the Highwind system through which the radio devices that are used by emergency response use. So this is particularly critical in the Maui response when the internet's down and the first responders are using radio systems. And the Highwind is a network of infrastructure across all the islands that support that. So we're asking for funds sorely needed for maintenance. Priority 26 adds funds for the Adobe Enterprise License Term Agreement. Like the Enterprise Microsoft license, we support the Enterprise Adobe license, and the state is currently in the final year of a year 3 project, and so a program. And so there's a big step up. The costs have increased for enterprise licenses, and we request your support for that. Priority 27 adds funds for advisory services. This is one of the few requests that we actually have that supports innovation moving forward. And it's advisory services that are used to really support informed decision-making, to understand the research that is being conducted on what's going on across the country in terms of best practices for IT, digital government implementation. Priority 28 adds funds for the data center decommission and migration of services for $1.6 million. As many of you know, we have a data center that's in the basement of the Kalanimoku building, and we have been in the process of, when we are able to migrate legacy infrastructure and legacy applications out of the data center into more sustainable infrastructure. And this will allow us, this funding will allow us to make a concerted effort in doing that over the next several years. Priority 29 adds funds for the independent verification and validation effort. This is to support the EFS project. As the comptroller said, it's one of the most critical modernization projects that the state's going to undertake, and we administer the IV&V efforts for the big modernization projects in the state. Priority 30 adds funds for the Microsoft 365 Cloud Data Backup and Disaster Recovery Solution. While Microsoft 365 offers some level of data redundancy and recovery, its built-in backup options are limited. So this provides enhanced capability for that. Priority 31 adds funds and 1 FTE for our data and AI equity manager. The new position is authorized by Act 203 to address language barriers and to ensure equitable access to information and assistance for all residents, especially with those with limited English proficiency. So we ask for a resource for that. Priority 32 adds funds to establish a data and AI office and an AI risk management tools and geospatial licensing renewal. So this is for $1.6 million. And this funding will enable ETS to implement tools for data governance and data sharing across the departments. So the departments are actually able to share data with each other in a more effective way and more secure way than the current decentralized system process now. Priority 35 adds funds for the government-private hybrid cloud. ETS is seeking additional funds to continue the expansion of the government-private cloud to move systems off of old aging infrastructure into a more sustainable infrastructure. Priority 37 adds funds for website accessibility and training program for $200,000. ETS is seeking funding for an enterprise success plan with a partner statewide accessibility training schedule, accessibility maturity assessments, and manual accessibility testing. And last but not least is Priority 38, which adds funds for the digitization of control and client services binders. This is the critical documentation that supports the applications and the mainframe. And so we want to, it has been in a paper process for many, many years, and we want to digitize the most critical infrastructure as some of the current employees are retiring, want to make sure we have that continuity of service moving forward. And so we kindly request that you support those services. I'm happy to answer questions, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We'll do questions at the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, if we can continue on, Chair. The next item is priority number 41, which is adding funds for voting system contract in the amount of $3.9 million in fiscal year 26 and $125,000 in fiscal year 27. And to speak more to the item, we have our Chief Elections Officer, Scott Nago, who is available for any specific questions that you, Chair, may have as it relates to that particular item. Would you like me to bring him forward, or?
We can, yeah, we'll do the questions at the
Okay,
end.
very good.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Scott. Thank you, Chair. The next item is a request from the Campaign Spending Commission. It is to support modernizing one of their systems that sorely needs some TLC as it relates to making it a more usable and functional system that helps to support candidates. I believe the initial request was for a little over $2 million, but in our request here that you see before you, we're asking for two positions, about $1 million in fiscal year 26 and $380,000 in fiscal year 27. And Kristen Izumi Nitao is here as well to answer any questions that you might have about what does it mean to get, what does it mean to have that reduction as it relates to the system that could be potentially delivered as part of that process. Okay, and then moving on to priority number 43, that is an increase in the trust fund ceiling for the Campaign Spending Commission, and specifically that is to help support candidates that might be utilizing public funding as part of their process. And so in order to be able to support some of the expansion that they expect, they're asking for that additional ceiling capacity within their operation. The next item is our 911 board. That's to increase the special fund ceiling, and very similar to sort of the need that I spoke to about the Campaign Spending Commission, the 911 board also expects to have an expanding need to support the county, various counties' modernization efforts related to their 911 systems as part of that process. And so Royce Murakami, the executive director, is here to speak more about that if there's any questions related to increasing the ceiling to support those efforts. Next item is a request from the State Foundation on the Culture and Arts, SFCA. There is a request to increase the special fund ceiling for the Works of Art Special Fund for $2 million. Again, there's additional revenue that's available to them. However, they don't have the ceiling to be able to access that, so providing this additional ceiling would allow them to increase their support for various different activities throughout their community as part of their mission. And so there is that request for a $2 million increase in ceiling for both 26 and 27. Moving on to items 46 and 47, both of those are State Procurement Office requests, specifically to address some fringe benefit issues or needs that they have within their operations. You can see that there's a $51,000 request in 26 as well as in 27 to support that fringe need, and then also some increases in reclassification and repricing of positions within their office, actually at the surplus property office within SPO. So about $14.7 thousand for both fiscal years 26 and 27. And the last one is one that we talked a little bit about in my opening comments, and that is priority number 48, and that is the reduction of 5 permanent full-time positions within the Public Works Division. We're asking for your humble reconsideration of that request to allow us to keep and maintain those at least four positions, which are the engineering 5 positions that were scheduled for elimination, as well as adding back in the funding to support the actual salaries for those positions. And Chair, we would ask if that's something that you agree to move forward with, that you can, that you would please make those adjustments, and then we wouldn't need the consulting monies, basically. So that could be eliminated from our request as well. And so with that, Chair, that's our operating budget requests for the department for the biennium. I'm happy to take any questions, or alternatively, if you want me to move on to CIP, I'm happy to walk through that.
Yeah, why don't you do that?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Okay, if we move to table 15, I believe it is, in our requests, which is our capital improvement project or program requests. We've got 7 items that are there for your consideration. The initial item was the enterprise financial system, additional second tranche of monies that we're requesting to support that project. We're asking for $35 million. Again, the existing system has been there for 55 years. We don't think the new system's going to be there for 55, but we definitely think it will be there for many, many years before we go down the road of replacement again. And but we are going to need some additional funding to be able to support that request. We do have the next item, our second priority on this list, is our lump sum maintenance. This is an annual request that we have that comes before you for your consideration. We're asking that you support our request of $20 million in fiscal year 26 and 27. These monies specifically go towards addressing some of our deferred maintenance needs that we have in the facilities that we're responsible for. I mentioned the 130 facilities throughout the state. These monies specifically go to help support some of the projects that we have within those facilities. Item number 3 is a request. This is from ETS. It relates to high wind that the CIO spoke to a little bit earlier, but this is for CIP, and there are a number of towers that she referenced located throughout the state. And these towers there's also equipment that's housed at these sites, but these create a very critical network of communications that in the event of a system failure with the traditional means of communications will allow us to be able to communicate interoperably between various agencies so that we can carry out our missions of supporting the public through a crisis. Because if we lose communications, there's probably a crisis that's occurring. And so in order to ensure that we don't, that we're identifying and addressing risk, we're asking for these funds. We actually requested $8 million, but through the process we were given 4. We understand there's a lot of competing needs, right, for CIP funds. But there are facilities that we have that are on the list that really need to be repaired. Literally, they're falling apart. These are towers that are falling apart. They're structurally getting to the point where they're no longer sound and could present a significant risk to the state. But if we only get $4 million, we'll do our best with what we have. But there is definitely a need there for additional funding related to that. And Vince Krogh from ETS, who handles all of that and is responsible for maintaining that system, is here. And he can talk more about sort of what we can do, right, with the $4 million, and then if we are able to get additional funding, what's possible, right, in terms of some of the other needs that are out there. The next item is which is priority number 4 on our CIP list, is for the state capitol building rehabilitation and related improvements. It's a big one. And as you know, this facility many years ago, probably 20 years ago or so, went through a pretty major renovation, right? There was a lot of work that was done. In fact, we bought the state office tower right down the street over here and moved operations out of the state capitol, and there was a lot of work that was scheduled to be done. Not all of it was done. Unfortunately, the project stopped, and there were things that were not addressed during that time period. Major things like infrastructure, things like mechanical, things like air conditioning systems, electrical systems. We have, this building has been around since the late 60s. We've got piping, we've got water, we've got sewer. Clearly, we have leaks, right, that are now being addressed, thankfully, through your support. But there's a lot of work that needs to be done specifically on this facility that is going to eventually require a shutdown of this facility, a movement of the tenants, that are in this facility into another facility that can accommodate them until we can complete the renovation and rehabilitation work within this facility. There's no way that we can do the work that's necessary and still have tenants in this building because entire systems need to be shut down. So we can't do a floor-by-floor shutdown of an electrical system when we have to replace the main switchgear for the building, right? And the associated wiring that's there. So we're asking for some planning money to start thinking about and developing a strategy and a proposal for you to consider on what we can do to fix this building once and for all, address these long-term operational needs that we have here, as well as think about other space that we have in the vicinity that needs to be redeveloped. Kinohale is a good example of that. Kinohale is where DOH is located. It's on Baratania and Punch Bowl, right over here on the corner. Is there an opportunity for us to look at possibly demolishing that facility and creating something new there that could accommodate the tenants of this facility, right, while we do the work, and then move everyone back in here and move the DOH into that newly created Kinohale project. It's just an idea. There may be other options. There may be buildings close by that are available for sale, right, that we may want to consider going after, right, that could address our needs. So there's a lot of things that need to be discussed. There's some planning that needs to be done, and we need to bring in experts to help us navigate that. And so the request here is to begin those discussions, to get a consultant on board that's going to help us pull together a plan that will meet the needs of the state going forward, not just for tomorrow, but for decades to come, right? Because these facilities are not cheap, this work is not inexpensive, and it needs to last. And so whatever decision is finally made is going to have to be one that we all agree upon and we'll be able to live with for generations. So that's a critically important CIP request for us. We're also asking for $2.1 million in the next item, prioritization number 5 for Kalani Moku building right next door behind us over here. That's where DAGS is located, DLNR. There's a couple other operations in there as well. But we want to utilize the space better. And as part of that process, we are thinking about, well, you're familiar with the HPU campus acquisition, right? Or at least I think you've heard about, DLNR going after that particular property as out in Kaneohe as something that might be able to address some space needs, right? Well, as part of that process, some of those functions may move out of Kalani Moku, right? And that would open up some space for us and space that could be redesigned and redeployed in ways that, we've never really thought about in the past. As an example, DOH moving out of Kinohale, they have their vital records operation. Well, does it make sense to take the vital records operation and put it near the Bureau of Conveyance, as an example? Those are probably, some of the most utilized services, right, by the public. Bureau of Conveyance, there's people all the time in our building going to that office, and vital records. So why not have them in the same place if we can? Not in the same office, but in the same building, right? But in order to do that, we're going to need some funding to be able to support optimizing the space, right, in that process. We're also talking about things like on the 4th floor of Kalani Moku, there's a big, what we call a swing space or a surge space where we would take a department who is, maybe we're renovating their space, park them there for a little while, right? Do their space and then move them back. But it's a beautiful space and it's a big space. And maybe instead of having ETS live in the basement of the building, maybe ETS should be on the 4th floor, right? And because these are professionals in doing professional work, maybe we should have a space that supports that effort. And so thinking about that and using some of the funds to be able to move forward on redeveloping those spaces, I think is going to be extremely critical. We talk about hybrid work environments, right, where people are working at home for a couple of days and in the office for a couple of days or 3 days or whatever it is. ETS is a good example of that, and I actually think this is a good opportunity for us to show what's possible. What's possible in terms of space utilization, using sort of modern approaches, right, that have been developed over the most recent years due to COVID, on creating hybrid spaces, right, that maximize spaces, and being able to use that as a shining example of what other departments can do, right? Not everybody can telework, but there are definitely departments that can, and there are definitely departments who can that have space that is not modernized, that could benefit from a good example like what we want to do on the 4th floor to support ETS. Number 6 on the list is for SFCA. It's for the #1 Capital District building. We actually asked for a little bit more than $1 million to support that effort. If there's any way to add some additional funding for construction, what that is these are ADA improvements to that building over there. If you come down Richard Street, the turn-in is extremely small. And so you'll oftentimes have school buses that are bringing, lots of kids to that area. And they're having to park along the side of the street, and it's a little bit difficult for them to offload, some of these keiki, right? And so the idea is to create a larger turn-in to accommodate buses so they're not hanging out the back because it's so small, right? As well as to address the ongoing ADA issues with that facility. Right now, if you have mobility issues, you got to come in through the back. So that's not appropriate. We should be able to have a project that is going to allow us to accommodate people with mobility challenges to come in through the same entrance as anybody else. So we're asking for your help and your support in that effort. We have more information as it relates to the original project, but it's something that I think would be a really good positive thing specifically for that building, not only for SFCA, who this request is coming through, but also for the other tenants like DBED, BNF, other operations that are located in that facility as well. So again, just ask for your consideration on that. The final item is number 9, which is the lump sum state office building remodeling. This actually gives our Public Works Division, their planning office, the ability to go out and look at any space, right? Any space that belongs to DAGs that we have control over, or maybe even space that we don't. But at least to be able to engage with the tenants and to come up with better plans on how to use the space. So, there's lots of modular furniture options that are out there. There's, ways that you can redesign flow and right, from an efficiency standpoint. Storage is another big thing. But you need the funding to be able to have the support for our team to put plans together that departments can then take forward to you for consideration as part of their overall funding request. So, Chair, that's our requests. We've got $66.1 million in our fiscal year 26 for CIP, and I think $22 million in our fiscal year 27 request for CIP. And would just humbly ask for your consideration as part of that process. I think I've gone through all of our requests from an operational and CIP standpoint. Happy to take any questions that you, Chair, or Vice Chair, or CIP Chair may have, or members have for the department. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, members, we'll open up the questions. Okay, Representative Kush.
Good afternoon. Thank you again for coming out, and it's impressive, the umbrella you're carrying. It's a pretty large department. I took notes on some of it because it was lengthy, but it was a small item, but I noticed, and this was brought up earlier today, not related to your department at all, but just the state government siloing and lack of interdepartmental communications, and I see ETS is going up. And there was a janitorial position you asked for the Wahiawa courthouse, and judicial asked for the same position, janitorial too, although yours is a better deal than theirs was, but a little cheaper. But do you guys have communications like that with other departments where you have that? I mean, you guys uniquely have this really embedded relationship with basically everybody, either providing the roof over their heads or their IT or their data. I mean, just it's intrinsic to your department, really. How do you guys work stuff out like these items, or they're duplicative?
That's a great question. And I'll just say this, that from a cabinet standpoint, we have very good communications between the directors. So we're always talking about issues, challenges, ways to help each other. So there's this very good open dialogue that exists, right, between the department directors. When we get down to sort of the nitty-gritty of things, like as an example, this particular position, I'm not 100% sure why the judiciary, and by the way, that's a separate branch, right? So judiciary is not, they're not, so like as an example, I'm not, having regular meetings with the Chief Justice, right? Like.
Yeah, no, I understand. This is granular.
No, but this is important, right? Because to your point, like maybe we should be talking about that. Maybe they should be asking us, hey, are you guys asking for a position? Now, I don't know if this is just specifically for the courthouse, and so they only want to have they don't want a DAGS custodian, because there's other parts of the facility. It's not just judiciary, right? There's other parts of the civic center that are going to require custodial work. And so my thought is, and I can't speak for judiciary, because I think they would have reached out to me if they had, they wouldn't want to duplicate it. I know them well enough that they wouldn't do that or want to do that on purpose. But I do believe that it probably is related to, these are the courthouses, this is where our judges are. We don't want a DAGS custodian coming in, to our secured spaces for whatever reason. But yeah, I can certainly go back and ask if that's the case. Our administrator is here, and I'm not sure if he can acknowledge or he understands if that's perhaps the case.
Yeah, and it's not specific.
That's the
I'm not,
case. Yeah.
my point is just to the greater,
Yep.
I mean, that's one piece of sand in a big sandbox that you guys own.
Yep.
And so I was just wondering if there was a system, and ETS was talking about efficiencies they were building into, the Microsoft and changing over your phone systems to integrate probably into an internet-only system. And is there, I didn't see reduction, the budgets usually have reductions and additions. And is there a way that you guys are tracking your savings over time, so there's not just an expansion of expenditure of funds that is not offset by savings? Because that's the nature of software, right? It's supposed to make our lives better, faster, quicker, more efficient. So I'm just wondering if there's any kind of data to support that.
Great question, and I'll defer to our Chief Information Officer if she's got anything she would like to add to that. I would just say this, though, just generally about DAGS, and you spoke to this, right, in some of your comments, is that we're a broad department, and we actually service everybody else, right? So we're servicing every department, and that's just the nature of our business, right? And so as departments' needs grow, unfortunately, so do the expenses related to that, right? So the only reductions that we did have, right, in our request was moving out the security contract to DLE, and then there was also handing off of some ongoing maintenance to DHERD from ETS. So we did have some reductions, but I think to your point, though, you're looking for how do we, through the modernization and the incorporation of some of these bigger requests, capture the savings right through that. It's a great question. I'll let Christine talk about it. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of just add some context. That from an operational standpoint, it's really hard because we support everybody else, right? And to make major reductions in our operations would mean not being able to support them to the level that we need to support them.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm just wondering if you have, since you have a division based on data collection and electronic, I even forget what ETS stands for now, but
Office of Enterprise Technology Services.
yes, Enterprise Technology Services. And I wondered if there was a component where you can be, we're spending $2 million going from G3 to G5, and that's going to result in a $350,000 savings from, Hawaiian Tel or whatever it is, right, for this particular example. And I'm calling out specific examples, the janitor in this G3 Microsoft suite, to kind of learn more about the bigger picture, because you do have a huge set of wings. And I'm just wondering if there's any information you can, transfer to us as a body to understand, like, these expenditures have beneficial results in efficiencies.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Regarding the Microsoft upgrade from G3 to G5 is a good example. ETS is an office that its complete phone system is on the Microsoft Teams system. So we have moved off of the analog phone system. Not all departments have done that. So right now it's been a case-by-case basis. With the upgrade to G5, clearly that technology is available for those departments that have not moved over, and there is cost savings of moving off of the analog system onto the license, as well as efficiency, which is harder to measure, and accessibility. So people that are working in a hybrid environment can work from home, log into the Microsoft Teams. You seem familiar with it. And that provides increased efficiency. So I think moving forward, those are examples of us wanting to track better what those cost savings are. So we can, do that. I think we may do that. I'm going to have to get back to you on any numbers that we have, and I'm happy to do so. And as we continue to move forward with the G5 license, to share those potential savings with you.
Okay, yeah, I mean, just
As an
when
example.
you make a pitch, like, I'm thinking, you're cutting down on vehicle traffic and emissions and, air conditioning at the site or whatever, right? So those can be all built in, and they can be used as an example as you make a big upgrade like this in software. So that was just the general point of my questions. I appreciate it. Thank you for your time. Oh, I had one more. I'm sorry. Chair, can I do one more?
Please.
It's like, on your the CIP towards the R&M items, thank you. One of the topics we've been talking about here on the Finance Committee is the giant deferred maintenance backlog. And that $40 million over the 2 years, is that keeping us at par, or is that digging into that 1.7 billion? Like, where are we at on that?
It's a great question. I appreciate that, because as part of our submittal, we did provide overview of the DAGS deferred maintenance piece, which I think was like $321 million total. And those are for DAGs and DAGs managed facilities, right? So that doesn't include, DOE or libraries or, non-DAGs.
But DOE on the outer islands, right?
Well, no, but so even DOE on the outer islands, we don't incorporate that, because that's all handled by the DOE.
Gotcha.
If it's a CIP project. If it's like replacing a light bulb, or not a light bulb, but like a switch, or, fixing a doorknob or a door, like those kind of things, there's what's called a service level agreement that's in place for the neighbor island offices and operations with the DOE that spells out, okay, what does DAGS do to support DOE, and what does DOE do to support DOE? And the cutoff line is sort of like this, it's a project. So if it's a major project, like I gotta replace a roof, I gotta, replace a foundation on a building, I gotta, do some major renovations, right? That's all DOE. DAGS doesn't track it, we're not involved. We might on a neighbor island help support from a project management standpoint, but we don't actually incorporate it into our bigger picture DAG's deferred maintenance. To answer your question about what does $20 million a year get us? Are we moving forward, or are we moving backwards? Are we even making a dent in it? And speaking with our team, I will tell you that we probably need to be somewhere in the realm of 3-4x compared to that, right? So we're probably looking at, somewhere to the tune of maybe $60 million a year potentially, right? For if we're going to actually stay ahead of, well, that's not going to get us ahead, but it'll keep us from sort of falling behind, right? Because every year something gets added to the list, right? And 20 million is just not, it doesn't make a big enough dent, right, in the deferred maintenance picture that we have and that we're responsible for.
And because they're CIP and they're longer bond funds, their life and their payouts, are
20 years,
these
yeah.
allocated to projects that are going to have a longer life, like AC chillers or, those kinds of things?
Spot on. It's exactly what the kind of stuff that it goes to help and support. Yep.
Thanks so much.
You're welcome.
Members, further questions? Representative Lloyd.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone, for being here. And I just wanted to expand on my colleague, Representative Cush's questions. I'd be really interested in that return on investment piece. I think those types of things helps me personally make good decisions. The other part I was really curious about, especially around our CIP projects, and been around construction a lot myself. I think what's challenging me is I don't have a needs assessment. And I'm just really curious about some of these programs that you're asking for, like for design and implementation, to hire a consultant to assess, right? I'm still not clear on what they're assessing because I'm not understanding how these projects are being prioritized from a needs assessment. And I was just wondering if in that CIP project, if that was part of the goal. When you talk about people moving spaces, putting like organizations with like organizations, I'm having a hard time understand that. And if that's what the goal of that particular CIP project is for.
Okay. So if I'm trying to understand how to answer this question. As we go through this process, our Public Works Division and their team, they're planners, they're architects, they're engineers. This is what they do day in and day out, right? They look at our projects, they look at our needs, they develop plans and proposals that are very well thought out. I mean, they spend a lot of time making sure that what's put forward to us for consideration is a legitimate request. As it relates to sort of the process behind that, I think maybe, one thing that might be good, because you did mention, like, you have a construction background or some experience, right, in that, is for us to kind of share with you and others, perhaps, how do we approach these projects, right? What is the process that Public Works and our team goes through when they're presented a project or a need or something, right? How do they dot their I's? How do they cross their T's? How do they put that plan together that we eventually bring to all of you to consider, right, through the process? We've done it before, where we've had, some sessions where, we brought people together, legislators, and just kind of dig into it, right, and then talk about it and share with you. So I'm happy to do that for any legislator who might be interested. I know our Public Works Division Administrator would love that opportunity, kind of to talk it through and explain in more detail. Because the last thing that I want you or any legislator to think is that we're just asking for money. Like, we don't have a plan, we're just asking for funds. DAGS doesn't operate that way. We've never operated that way. I'm not going to allow it to operate that way from a department director standpoint. If we're asking for something, it's because we've got a plan to use those monies specifically to do something good that's going to help improve the efficiency and the operations of our state.
Yeah, and thank you for that. And, Chair has also suggested some of this, when we get down in the weeds, to take it offline. I'm more than happy to do that. I think the other piece, and we can take this conversation offline, is in addition to the return on investment piece, the needs assessment piece, is I also recognize that sometimes these priorities, at the end of the day, that price tag just gets too big. And there's a conscious decision that $66 million and another 66, at some point, it sounds too big. And I just don't want that to prohibit some of the decision-making. Because when you run it through your decision matrix, fixing the roof is better than putting on paint. Yeah, if you don't mind, Chair, I would be requesting, I'm going to just take some of this conversation offline and we could set up a separate appointment.
We'd love to do that, absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Further questions, members? Representative Lamasal, followed by Hussey.
Thank you, Director, and thank you to your team for all the hard work this past years. And I had a question in regards to the famous appropriation, the 35 million. So last year you folks asked for 31 and this year for another 35. So I want to know what the 35 is going to address and where you folks are at. I know you said that you guys are close to finalizing the RFP, is that correct?
Yeah, issuing the RFP for the
Issuing
project.
RFP. And so I wanted to know what the additional 35 is.
So the total cost of the project is upwards of $66 million. So if we could have gotten $66 million last year, we would have.
So that was part of the original
Correct.
request.
So
Okay,
we're
that's
spreading
what
it
it
out
looked
over
like.
multiple
Okay.
fiscal years so
Got
that
it.
we didn't,
Do it all one
consume too much of the CIP budget. So that's pretty much
Got it.
the answer for that.
So after this year, then folks won't be asked.
The only thing we're going to be asking for will be ongoing sort of support, right, for licensing and things like that related to the whatever platform we end up with through the process. So there will be that aspect. We don't know what that number is yet
Okay.
because we have until we get a vendor on board, we get a contract. We're not going to know like what the ongoing operational needs will be, right, to support like the licensing aspect.
Okay.
So majority of the funding specifically is going to all the work that I talked about, process reengineering, developing, because these things aren't like out of the box, right?
Right.
It's not like, I was talking to a couple of friends of mine because they were kind of like, wow, it's going to cost $66 million. Like, what are you doing? Like, because in their mind, you go down to office, well, I shouldn't use you go down to a box store and you pick up Microsoft or, again, I don't want to use a name, but, a software package, right, for accounting.
Yes.
And it costs $99,
Right. Got it.
But, it can't handle 900,000 transactions. It can't handle, $72 billion worth of revenue and expenses flowing through it, right? It has to be customized, right? And so these things cost a lot of money, right, to put together, and it requires a lot of time and effort. And so at the end of the day, that's an investment. So you've made a huge investment, right, into a system that is truly the backbone of every modernization effort that we're going to have in the state of Hawaii going forward for the next forever, basically. I know that sounds kind of like dreaming, but it's true, because you can't, without a solid financial management system, a modern system built on modern architecture, you can't have things like, you can't have interactions with the system through a cell phone, right? And uploading documents and doing transactions and getting payments.
Are we going to start doing that?
Yeah, I mean, that's
Okay.
part of the effort, right? Is, hey, I don't want to be printing 70-something thousand checks a year,
I mean,
right?
because
I don't want to do that.
there are parts of our system where we have to still be within the network. in order to access.
Yep.
So we're.
Two-factor authentication, there's all kinds of things that we can take advantage of that we don't have right now, right? So yeah, I mean, I am really excited
Is
about
that
this
going
project.
to impact, sorry, Chair, if it's okay, to ask more follow-up questions?
I'm sorry?
Is it okay to ask more follow-up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is it, like, would that impact any of our insurance? It's for our, like, internet or, like, just our data in general, using out-of-network?
Even from a
Devices.
crime, cybersecurity issue? I don't think
Yeah.
so, no, because everybody's doing it, right? Every corporation, even other governments are doing it, right? At the federal level, they have access, right, through cell phones, right, into their systems. And they just build in the security, right, that's necessary to protect
Okay.
whatever information or data is being transmitted. So there's certainly ways to address all of that. I don't anticipate having to spend more. But what I do anticipate is actually through business process reengineering, through modern technology, through improving the way we do business, getting efficiencies out of that, right? So that we don't, we're, to your point earlier, we're saving money, right, for the state in the long run, right? So I think there's going to be some big benefits to the state to modernize the system, primarily from a risk standpoint, frankly, right? I mean, like I said, this is a 55-year-old system. It's hard to find a COBOL programmer these days. And if something goes bad and goes wrong, we're not going to be able to do payroll. We're not going to be able to pay vendors. We're not going to be able to make SNAP payments. We're not going to be able to do all the things that people rely on the state for, right, in terms of payments because our system's gone down. So, but on the bright side of all of this, when we talk about modernizing our payroll system, when we talk about a human capital management system, like a real modern system that can help us better understand our personnel needs, right, for the state of Hawaii, and we can move faster and, again, do things through technology that every other business in the world is taking advantage of. We're gonna see some big positive operational gains for the state through your support, of course. So we appreciate that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rep. Sabasi.
So I'll just continue Rep. Lamasau's questions around the famous transition to EFS. I think it's great. I'm glad that we're not going to be using COBOL anymore. I think we saw COBOL in the archives, in Adam Jensen's archives. So that's good. My questions are about maintainability of the new system that we're anticipating deploying. And also questions around the timing of kind of where we are in the contracting process. You mentioned that you have not yet you have not issued the RFP, is that correct?
That's correct.
So I'm assuming then that the $66 million, which the legislature is appropriating, is based on an indicative price, but not, but we don't have an actual vendor then.
That is accurate. And so we've employed the services of a consultant by the name of Gartner.
Okay.
And so through that contract and that work, they have looked at what a system of this size typically would cost. And that's how we've developed our cost estimates, is based off of their review, their analysis of other like systems for the state. Yep.
And in terms of the timing of the relationship between this RFP and your subsequent hiring of the business transformation project director,
Yep.
Is the idea that that director will come on board to issue the RFP so that they are part of the RFP's initiation and ideation,
Yep.
and can also then execute it?
That's what we had hoped for.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we've run into some delays in the development of those positions. They're internal delays. I mean, it's because we're having to follow certain specific HR requirements that have been established by DHERD. But that would, in a perfect world, that's exactly how we would have had it set up. We actually had been working on this special project now for, 4 months, including the development of those 2 position descriptions, or PDs for the project director and the assistant project director. But unfortunately, due to timing, and other issues, we're not able to do that. So they will come on board after the RFP has been released.
Okay.
That's just the nature of our situation. The good news, though, is, as I mentioned, I think we had about 150 subject matter experts throughout the organization that have been involved in the development of this RFP. So from an organizational standpoint, a lot of effort, a lot of attention to detail, a lot of focus has been put into the development of this particular package that we expect to be released. I said end of January. I think it's going to be well before that. I just can't tell you exactly when that's going to be, but we're very, very close to putting the final touches on it and putting it out the door.
Okay, that's great.
So, yeah, we're very excited about this.
I had a couple other questions, if that's okay,
Please.
Chair. A through line throughout all of the state's issues, and I see it also in the testimony that you submitted earlier today, is the problem of hiring, being able to recruit the right people, being able to pay enough to be competitive. And I'm wondering, and this is kind of a philosophical question, is to what degree do we think that automation and some of the new technologies afforded to us in this age of AI, et cetera, can be used to make our lives a little bit easier?
That's a great question. Clearly the department, and we're not unique, right, we've been challenged with finding people to fill positions for a long time. This didn't happen yesterday, right? It's been an ongoing issue for the state. So doing more with less is a great tagline, but unless you've got the technology or you've got, some other means to do more without overstretching or burning out your staff, that is not a sustainable way to run a business, right? Or to operate a government. But to your point, some of the things that Christine talked about, right, related to AI and related to data, right, and some of the work that the chief data officer is moving forward on, really, I think, can open the door for these opportunities for us to use technology, use AI in a way that, I don't want to use the word safe, but is responsible, right? I think maybe that's the right and better term, right, to describe it, is, and incorporate that. And part of some of the licensing that she's requested for through the Microsoft G5 licensing, I think opens the door for things like incorporating Copilot, right, into some of the work.
Okay, cool.
But that's going to cost. It's not free, right, to have that incorporated. But it certainly gets us to a place where now we can take advantage of that, right? And so as they put together their sort of path forward on AI, I think there's a great opportunity to find ways to look at our data as an example, right? And to be able to identify, this is a really good example, right? Think about those 900,000 transactions that are flowing through our system. No human being can look at 900,000 transactions and flag out issues or concerns, all of them. We're going to catch some through the audit process, but we're not going to catch them all. But if we could incorporate AI into that process to somehow look at those transactions in a way that maybe culls them out, right, and identifies them, flags them, so that somebody in Lydia's accounting staff can take a look at it and say, hey, what is this? Right? It frees up that body to do other things. And then only when something is presented, they can now go after it and try to address it. So yeah, there's a lot of opportunities there for us.
It increases the potency of your existing.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, and we're not afraid of that. I'll tell you right now, I really think there's tremendous opportunity for the state, not just DAGs, but just the state in general, which is why we've asked for what we did in our budget request.
My last question is about the utilities escalation,
Yep.
Which is $1 million, which is a frighteningly, there's no other numbers in there. It's just $1 million. It's a little too even. But But I'm certain that it's a placeholder for some more, for some other number. But my question is sort of kind of the way that the state is approaching energy. You know, given our relationship with Hawaiian Electric, given the travails that Hawaiian Electric is going through, and given all of the uncertainties in national energy policy right now, I'm wondering, you know, because this is not the only energy request that we're seeing. DOE has monies that they want for energy, et cetera. I'm wondering if DAGS, just for your own facilities, has looked into the idea of building your own solar farms to power your own buildings.
Not to the extent where we have a plan, but we've talked about it, right? One of the issues that I think, and I've got to talk to the Energy Office a little bit more about this, is the whole concept of wheeling, right? And how we
Which you are exempt from.
Right. So, you know, is there an opportunity for us to, as an example, use our Kapolei facility, which has a parking lot, to put out a large solar farm, right? And be able to take advantage of, right, some of those savings. So I think you definitely bring up a good point about where we need to look at in terms of addressing long-term utility costs. Certainly open to having those discussions. But that's going to take an investment also, right?
Of course.
And you know, our hope is that, and our commitment will be for us to go back and take a look at that. Hopefully in a future session, maybe this one too, if we can pull it off, but provide some opportunities for consideration.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Rep.
Thank you, Chair.
Further questions? Vice Chair.
Hey, a question for campaign spending, please. Thanks. Comptroller kind of touched upon this as he was going through the laundry list, and I kind of wanted to, it did pique my interest. So with the reduction from the original request to what made into the budget, so what does that look like? What are you guys going to still be able to do, or what more could be doing? Was it like a laundry list of things, or, you know, we're still going to be able to do this much where we could have done this much more, or what's that reduction look like in practice for you guys?
Pretty much how you answered it, but how you asked the question to me, but thank you. We had asked for the $2 million to be able to build the system. And as you know, the system, you're all familiar with our system. And we have to build something for candidates to use, non-candidate committees to use, as well as the public to access. And if we are shortfalled about $1 million, what we will probably sacrifice are certain elements of the system. I think just to peel off one area would be public funding. In other words, if you are a public funding candidate, we may likely have to have you file on another type of system. The other thing is that you probably will not be able to migrate your data. And what I mean by that is that the new system will have to be built for a date certain to launch. Let's just say January 1, 2028, let's just say for that, or maybe right after the 2026 election cycle or something, because we won't have the funding to migrate the data over. But, you know, we're hopeful that we can work with the budget because we'll take whatever we can get. I mean, we are committed, like the comptroller, to build you a system while Tony, myself, and Gary are still at the table, because we, like many other departments, are reaching that point that we can retire. And I'm hopeful that we've had some very good relationships with the users so that we can build a system that is, you know, candidates and non-candidate committees can use, as well as the public, while we're still around and at the table. So that's our commitment. Of course, you know, I will say we were excited to get the money. We didn't expect it. We thought that maybe this might be the first go-around, but we will build with whatever we can and work with hopefully with our vendor who has done this with other systems, with other campaign finance systems for which we have talked to, so that we can build something. It'll probably take a whole year to build and test and be able to launch. But of course, this all relies upon the release of money. So we would have to work with our vendor to try and use that money in a very mediated way so that we can get the deliverables in a way that would be satisfactory for everyone. But yeah, what we'd sacrifice would be the data migration and the public funding if I had to identify that today.
Is there any opportunity for the data migration part? Is it possible to do it later, or does it have to be done all at once?
I think if I were in your shoes, you'd want the data migration because then you can rely upon your past data to be able
Yeah.
to file your next report. So I think that is an important element. But yeah, we can certainly continue the conversation and identify another element that could have the data migration. What else would we sacrifice? Maybe there's some other point. But, you know, it's an evolving conversation because, again, it has to do with the release of money. So maybe we could tier it, right, and ask for a supplemental, come in for supplemental funds in the next fiscal year to be able to complete the project. Because at this point in time, the release of funds is not going to be such that we can develop a system for the next election in 2026. So the reality is 2028. So that's where we can work with you in trying to develop how to pay for it and deliver.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. You have one more?
Yeah, one more for ETS, though. Kind of along the similar lines of question about the data sharing system that you guys are working on. So I think when we had sat down, right, there was also positions that were kind of being hopeful to help with the work for getting the data sharing system up and kind of set up and running for the departments to use. So same kind of question, without those positions, internally, are you guys okay still kind of moving forward with just like the software and the platform and what you have been doing, or how critical were those positions connected to that project that didn't get funded to us being able to get to implementation?
They were critical. We are definitely moving forward, and it is important. You know, one of the key findings from the data task force and the chief data officer is, of course, validation of the need to share data across departments in an organized way. And so the tools that are in the budget request in the Form A are designed for that. What we are going to do, since the positions didn't make it in this year and we'll continue to advocate for support, is contract out for those services as we build out the tools, initiate the pilots, you know, work with the departments to use the system, maybe come back to you with a better idea of what we need, you know, moving forward. But the tools are highly customized. So, you know, an expert in data governance and data network and, you know, data management they don't grow on trees, you know. And so, you know, we would be looking for that specialty, you know. If we can't hire them in, then we'll definitely contract out for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Good job. That was my question. But anyway, so any further questions from the members? Thank you very much for coming. Good job on the G5. Actually, the legislature wanted to do it last year, but the governor vetoed half, so good job. But let me see. As far as you know, Representative Cush's question, and I asked BNF the same question, is right. It's the A-funded deferred maintenance or preventive maintenance that never gets funded. That is right. That's the things that is preventive maintenance that can actually prevent larger CIP projects in the future, and it is something that the legislature, the House has tried to put money in it. 2 years ago, we put $1 billion, and then we ended up putting 200, and then the governor used it for all kind of other purposes. But I've always believed that we need to chip away at this, and but we need a strategy from a plan from the or a commitment from the administration to be able to do this, because this is the problem, and this is, you know, me just historically, whenever times get tough, this is the money we normally grab, right? We pull that, and then everything just gets really bad, and then we got to do major R&M, right? Is it something that's on your radar? Is it something you're having discussions with your counterparts in DOE, UH, others?
Yeah, I will share that our Central Services Division, through Jimmy Kurata's leadership as our administrator, has put together and launched a program that will allow us to get a better handle and idea of what our true maintenance needs are for the state of Hawaii, right? For our facilities. Unfortunately, DAGS, contrary to popular belief, does not control all facilities in the state of Hawaii. It's only the 130 DAGS and DAGS managed facilities that we have any like direct control over. And so we're going to start there. He is in the process of putting that together. It's going to take a while because there's a lot of facilities and they're all over the state.
Well, that's why I
right?
brought up that, the conversation is with DOE and UH, which is probably your right, the bigger ones, right?
Yep,
And that in one voice, all of you are saying that this is a need,
it is, yep.
right? But it's an area of high neglect, right?
It is, and it has been, right?
Right.
And to your point, monies are put in initially and then taken out to fund something else. And, from our perspective, we need to keep those facilities operating. We have people that rely upon.
So the area that, from a budgeting standpoint, right? One of the things that I don't know if you've been following it, but everybody's pointing to is that spike of $300 million that happened in October. That happened. It was just a one-time infusion of money, but it's even the Council of Revenues when we asked Yohiro about that, it is something that they're just going to be looking at it as just part of the revenue, but from my perspective, those kind of things when it happens and it's a one-time infusion, that's the opportunity to try to chip away at these things because it's not money that will be recurring in the future, so it's a good time to just throw money at, and it was an estate tax settlement, right? So that's not right. That's not going to happen too often. We're just going to be a large estate tax settlement of that magnitude. So, the administration needs to have those kind of strategies, and I'm encouraging them to think about that because I think, everybody is optimistic especially when they use words like surplus, and it's not a surplus. It's the money will be used for all kinds of purposes and it will disappear real quick. So want us to start to be a little more responsible on how we're dealing with these things because all we're doing is we're kicking the can down the road and quite frankly it's every administration is kicking it to the next administration and at some point we just got to deal with it, right? So
We agree with you on that. So happy to have more ongoing conversations.
Like
to
I
support
talked to
that effort.
Louis about this, and I said, it would be good if the initiative came from the administration. I mean, the House can try and do it again in some manner, but it would be good if the administration.
I'm really excited about what CSD is putting together in terms of that program, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the results of that because I think it's going to give us, it's really going to open our eyes in terms of what's out there.
I agree. It is a high priority.
Yep. And the other thing too is as we start to look at funding new facilities, I think we really have to, and this is really to your point, right, is look at what are the long-term costs, right, for that operations of that facility from a maintenance standpoint. What does the schedule look like? I will tell you, when you build a building of any kind of magnitude, you can get a schedule of anticipated maintenance for that facility. They're going to tell you when the AC system needs to be replaced. They're going to tell you, they can tell you, down to the smallest minutia of when they anticipate, right? These are expected life cycles, right, of various different parts of the building.
Well, that's
right?
a discipline we got to build into.
I'm with you. Yeah, and so for me, I mean, that's one of the things that that we're talking about internally is, hey, when we get a project and we're going to put it forward to you folks for consideration, we should show you it's going to be a $100 million building, but over the next 70, well, maybe 70 years is too long, but over the next 25 years, this is what we're expecting the commitment's going to need to be so that it can last for 75 years, right? To your point, right, is we build these beautiful facilities, but we got to make that investment.
Yeah, right, exactly. Okay, one suggestion on along the lines of what Representative Hussey talked about is when you guys talked about wheeling.
Yeah.
So one of the things that HCDA is asking for money to beef up the grid out in Kapolei to all that lands that they own and stuff like that, and then eventually they're going to turn over those improvements to HECO. I've always believed that if we are going to put the investment in and we're giving them infrastructure that at some point in time they're going to generate revenue on, we should get something for it. So that's where I think when we make a move like that, that's when the wheeling agreement should be put in place, right? When we put those kind of things in place. So just put that on your radar because I think that's, and I did bring that up to UH that is also interested in wheeling, because they're building different things all throughout the whole state. So I think when we do stuff like that, we should be having those conversations, and you guys should be aware of, right, other departments or that are making these kinds of investments that there are opportunities to have that discussion.
I appreciate that. And one last thing I just want to mention about from a sustainability renewable standpoint, when we are building new facilities, like as an example, the Wahioa Civic Center, we are also incorporating renewables, right, into those projects so that we can try to offset some of the utility costs. And that's not going to be 100% because there's just not enough space, right, for to put out the PV panels or put up enough. But it will help to offset, some of those needs. So we're looking at that, and then for other facilities that, like as an example, the Kahului Civic Center, we're also looking at if we are able to move forward with that project from a construction standpoint, making sure that we've got the PV system on the garage as well as on the building itself, and the necessary battery capacity, right, to be able to provide, some storage, right, of energy as well for that project. So, but that's a mindset that our Public Works Division Administrator has pushed forward on.
Just real quick on that Kahului one, is that, when you move forward on that one, is that project also going to need the build out of the Kahului Basin expansion for the wastewater system?
I don't think so. I think there's enough capacity.
There is
for
capacity
that.
for that project?
I think. I mean, we've not been.
Because a lot of things in Central is reliant on that.
Yeah. We're not aware. The county hasn't pushed back or informed us that there's any kind of additional requirements.
Because other projects are requiring that build out. So I wondered if what yours is. It helps me justify an appropriation for that if it's tied to a state project.
Yes.
That's why I'm asking you if
We'll go back
there's-
and look. I'll let your office know.
Okay, thank you. And then the $200 million ceiling increase.
Yep.
Do you guys have an idea of how that money is going to be appropriated?
No.
Okay.
But if I had to make a recommendation, it would be to support the rebuilding of the facilities that were destroyed in the line of fire.
That's the part that nobody has been able to give us a clear understanding of what's going to happen with that.
I know there's a request, as an example, I know there's a request in the proposal, or it's coming down for Kamehameha Third Elementary School. I'm not sure of the total dollar amount, but, we just, unfortunately, it doesn't line, like, I think if there is a project to rebuild that school and we're expecting the funds, like, we can't wait for the funds because they're gonna come, we're gonna get the funds eventually, but we're gonna need to front some of those monies, right, initially, and then just understand that that reimburses the general fund or you know what I mean? Like, somehow
Right.
tag those monies, right, to that,
Yeah.
to that project.
Yeah, last year we were talking about the property casualty insurance and then the adjustments in the premiums, and you were working on something. Any update on that?
Yeah, so actually our premiums, we finalized our premiums.
It was restructuring it so that maybe it could come down, is that?
Yeah, we actually didn't have to restructure it, but we were very happy to see some of the results of the efforts of our team who, went to the market and, I'm sorry, I'm trying to find I thought I had the printout here, but, here we go. Yeah, went out to the market and, really kind of shared what we've been doing, right, as a state related to the fire and some of those efforts. And, last year, our property insurance costs were about 31.5 million. That's for a $200 million policy. And this year it's 32.8. So we expected it to go way higher than that because of the loss. That's not to say that it's not going to go up in future years, but this year actually turned out pretty good for us. One of the things that we actually stopped procuring was our liability insurance, and the reason for that is because that went up significantly. I think it was like 3.8 million or something like that, and that's for a $5 million policy. So it doesn't make any sense, right, to spend that kind of money, right? And I think there was like a yeah. Anyways, we did the analysis and it just did not make sense. A deductible, there was like a deductible of, I don't know, $5 million on that too, right? So we had to pay the first $5 million, and then we get $5 million. It's like, and we're paying almost $4 million a year. It didn't make any sense, so we stopped that.
What is the deductible now?
I think it's $1 million, right? No, not liability, property.
Property casualty.
$1
$1 million still.
Yeah, I already, because I said we didn't do liability, but property's $1 million.
Still million. Okay,
Yep.
so it didn't change.
Yeah, so we did pretty good.
Good.
Yep.
Very good. Okay, the the future of the EFS system, is there next step kind of plan so that we can kind of have an idea of what?
Yep. So RFP, we're scheduled to issue that here.
No, what I mean is, okay, we know that you have your request for $66 million to put the system in place for, but is there another step to it that, or is this it?
Well, my hope is this is it.
Okay, you know why I'm asking the question, right? Yeah.
I understand. We anticipate that through Gartner's help, that we're in a really good place if we can get this additional funding to be able to support the development of the system. Where we're going to need, and we're not going to know what this number is from an operational standpoint, but once we contract, right, and we have an idea of what the ongoing future costs will be, then we'll have to come to you folks for that. But that, again, would be for licensing. There might be some support in there as well. But unlike the payroll system project, our goal is to try to, and that's part of our request, our goal is to have the internal capacity to not have to rely on a vendor, right, to be there for every single thing that comes up. There might be like some weird one-off issue that pops up, that we just cannot do internally. And that's why we kind of need that additional support, whatever that's going to be. But for the most part, my goal is to have that all handled internally by those 6 staff members that we're asking for specifically for this project. We really want to get them on board soon. I mean, clearly we got to wait for the budget and your support, but the sooner we can get them on board, the sooner they can be part of the project, the sooner they can be in lockstep with everything that's being developed, and they become like literal super users of the system and can address probably 75, 80, 90% of the issues that are going to be coming up once we go live.
Well, we're looking forward to that because
I'm looking forward
the
to it.
legislature is looking forward to being able to access. So, thank you very much. Any further questions, members? Okay, thank you very much. I know it's a very long day for you, so thank you.
We appreciate your accommodating us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
you.
We are adjourned.
Thank you.